Oh, we up. We up. My bad. Let me see. All right, man. I apologize for the delay. I was supposed to kick this off at 12 o'clock, but I was trying to get some things rearranged and I still didn't get it to where I wanted it yet. So we're going to use a green screen again, but I'm restyling, redecorating and whatnot up in here. But man, I'm excited for this. So we got 3 videos, which will put us maybe a little over 5 hours. And then if you guys would like, I got a bonus video, which is only maybe almost half an hour. Almost half an hour. So this might go over. I mean, it'll definitely go over 5 hours, I believe, but uh, we'll see what you guys want to do after. But the first video we got is from Mind Junkies. We got Mind Junkies. We got Nuke's Top 5 after that. And then we're gonna go a different route today. We got Depths of Despair, which I've seen some good stuff from them as well. So that's where we're at right now, man. I appreciate you guys for checking on me today. Uh, this is gonna be interesting. Got my coffee, so I'm good. I hope y'all ready, man. Kick back, get your popcorn, and let's hop into this. Hope you guys enjoy this live today.
Escaping the city's hustle and bustle, many seek tranquility in the countryside. But there's an unsettling downside to such serene seclusion. When things take a sinister turn, help might be miles away. In October 2006, a YouTube user by the name Paul Sparrow found himself lured into the eerie woods adjacent to his home. Armed only with a borrowed Nightshot camera, he hoped to capture footage of a rumoured apparition. What he ended up recording is truly strange.
Ooh.
Where's it gone? There was something there. Sure, I saw something. Where is it? It was around here somewhere. It was here somewhere, but it's gone. Oh, I don't know where it is.
Did you catch it? Caught on camera, a mysterious ghostly apparition moves right in front of the camera. Paul sees it, but when he searches the area, he finds absolutely nobody. Despite being uploaded over 16 years ago, Paul's eerie capture continues to send shivers down the spines of viewers. The majority are convinced that he managed to film the real deal, a real ghost caught on camera. Even Paul himself says that this is, quote, a spooky woodland ghost. But what's your verdict? A real ghost sighting or just a trick of the light? I'm eager to hear your thoughts in the comments below.
My bad. I don't think you can say with any validation trick of the light or a real ghost sighting just from that short clip. Like, we didn't see enough to say, although it did look very transparent. Like, it didn't look as much to me like one of his buddies was walking by in the woods to help him with the likes and whatnot. So I don't know. I mean, it's I'm talking myself into it. It's more convincing than I originally thought. But still, I don't think we've seen enough to say anything with any conviction whether that was real or faked. You know what I mean?
This next video might seem familiar to some as it has circulated in the past. However, it hasn't made an appearance on the scene recently. The video was recorded by the ghost hunting channel Ogden Paranormal when they visited the infamously haunted Asylum 49. This former hospital, now a hub for the paranormal, is tucked away in Tooele, Utah, and holds a history as chilling as the encounters reported within its walls. Asylum 49's transformation from hospital to nursing home and now to a haunted attraction has seen it become a hotspot for paranormal enthusiasts. The place is well known for its chilling spectral activity, from ghostly whispers echoing through its hallways to shadowy apparitions fleeting through one sight, and even the unsettling sensation of invisible hands making contact. Ogden Paranormal went in, cameras rolling, and what they caught on tape sent shivers down their spines.
Is that a mannequin?
Pepper.
Is that a person?
Yeah, I know. I told that lady that.
Did you see it?
No.
As the paranormal investigators enter a room with an incredibly creepy statue standing there. If you look to the left, a dark figure can be seen peeking out from the darkness. But when the IR light from the team's night vision camera hits it, it vanishes like it was never there. Ogden Paranormal's viewers were amazed at this capture, and to this day, the evidence shown here is very compelling. Ogden Paranormal says that this is, quote, a shadow figure, and YouTube viewers agree. But do you? Let me know. The video you're about to see was recorded by a man named Steve Ballard while he was investigating the former artillery fort, Grain Fort. Grain Fort was constructed in the 1860s to defend the confluence of the River Thames and the River Medway during a period of tension between England and France. The tunnels are said to be incredibly haunted, and the cries of children and wailing women have been heard echoing out of the tunnels late at night, presumably mourning the loss of their fallen military loved ones. Steve and his group decide to investigate the tunnels alone, or so they thought.
This is being played about half speed.
Oh, wait, I think we just saw this one yesterday.
Now.
Yeah, we saw this one yesterday.
As Steve just said, did you see it? As the light hits the end of the tunnel, a dark figure appears out of nowhere and bizarrely walks straight through a solid wall. And just moments later, when the light hits the same spot, there's nothing there. YouTube viewers were amazed by this capture, with many saying that this is one of the best shadow figures ever caught on camera. But what do you think? Is this really a shadow figure caught on camera, or just a trick of the light? You tell me.
So, okay, let me go back real quick. What I don't like, see if we can.
Just a trick of the
Hold
light.
on,
you tell me.
There we go. So it looks like this is like another tunnel. I mean, I could be wrong, but this looks like it looks like it goes. It's not just a wall. You know what I'm saying? Like, it looks like you can go down to the right. So, which tells me, why can't you go to the left? You know what I mean? Like, they say he just vanished into the wall, but this guy never goes all the way down. So how do I know there's not another passageway that way for somebody to just walk straight across? You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, it could very well be a shadow figure and he disappears into whatever, but I don't see how they can say it just cross over and then vanish into a wall when I'm seeing what looks like another tunnel area this way. So why wouldn't there be one this way? But that's just me. Let me know what you think about that.
This video was recorded and uploaded to YouTube over 12 years ago by Baku DD. Apparently, sightings of shadow figures had been seen frequently around his family's house, but the family, not wanting to believe in the paranormal, would just ignore them. One day though, while one of the daughters were playing with her phone, she accidentally caught someone or something on camera.
Uh-oh.
風呂みたいな。
I wish it would focus. Ooh.
Captured on camera, a dark, shadowy figure can be seen standing motionless at the end of the hallway. The figure, possibly a woman in a black dress, is only there for a split second, enough time for the daughter to see it, but when the camera pans back, the shadowy figure is no longer there. YouTube viewers were left creeped out by this video uploaded by Baku DD 12 years ago, with many believing it to be a real shadow figure caught on camera. But what do you think? Did the daughter and this family really capture a paranormal entity on camera? You tell me.
Now, what bothers me, it doesn't bother me, but you see a video like that, the video is so distorted, nothing's clear or focused. Like, you can't really tell if there's any distinguishable features with that shadow person, or if it's just somebody dressed up. You know what I mean? Like, you can't see it clearly, so how are you supposed to know? But 12 years ago, I'm trying to think, man, was faking videos like this big back then? I don't know, man. I really don't know. I don't know, but that definitely raises some questions for me.
Castles are a hotspot for paranormal activity. There's almost no better place to go if you want to encounter something otherworldly. Whether it's simply because of their age, or if it's the building's role in bloody battles, or even strange things that their eccentric owners did inside, there are often all sorts of things haunting their halls. Now, I don't know the history of this particular castle in this clip, but the uploader claims to have caught a quote, monk ghost on camera walking in a forest next to the castle. Captured on camera, a dark, transparent hooded figure can be seen standing motionless in the forest. Judging from the audio, it sounds like the children notice it first before they tell their mum to swing the camera round, which is when this transparent hooded figure can be seen. This creepy clip, which was uploaded 12 years ago, has left viewers believing it to be real. But what do you think? Is this the ghost of a monk who once lived in a monastery inside the stone walls of this castle? I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments.
Am I the only one that doesn't see anything?
In this next clip, taken somewhere in Mexico, a family came together for a sacred religious ceremony, expecting it to be a moment of faith and unity. Little did they know, the walls of their home concealed an unexpected presence, one that would soon make a fleeting but unforgettable appearance. Did you see it? As the family gather round singing songs, in the blink of an eye, a mysterious dark shadow quickly darts through the house, seemingly undetected by those present, even the one behind the camera. But what was it? Many who've seen this footage suggest the ceremony might have inadvertently stirred up a dark entity. But what do you think? Could it have been a trick of the light? Or perhaps something more sinister?
So, somebody help me help me understand. He's panning around looking at the ceiling, and like he's not even focused on the people that's singing right now or whatever. But why is he randomly so focused on this entryway, right? Like he's spends more time focused watching this than the people he's penning around supposed to be recording. You know what I mean? Like it's weird that he would focus on this section, then we magically see a shadow figure or whatever cross by. Like does that make sense to anybody else? Like when I think when you set up in one particular location for too long that kind of has nothing to do with whatever's supposed to be going on in your video, then you magically catch something and spot something. I'm thinking you set it up to look that way. But that could just be me. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below if this makes sense, or if you're calling cap like I am.
Share your thoughts below in the comments. This next entry was posted to the subreddit Paranormal Reddit by user Hedonist Libertarian. Apparently, Hedonist Libertarian's brother found an old family photo album to show his girlfriend. As they were looking through the photo album, they stumbled across this old photo of him, his brother, and their father. At first, the photo looks normal. However, upon further inspection, something more sinister could be seen. In the background of the otherwise normal family photo, a dark figure with glowing eyes can be seen standing in the background. Hedonist Libertarian uploaded this to Reddit to get an explanation on just who this dark figure could be, and many users suggested that it's either a ghost, demon, or quote, shadow person. But who do you think this mysterious dark figure lurking in the background of this family photo is? Use the comments to share your thoughts.
Man, that's a good one. I don't know. That's rough.
This next ghost video comes from the popular Japanese ghost channel Clip Store. Gachan and the Clip Store team revisit a haunted hotel rumored to have what was known as a cursed room. On their first investigation, the team checked out a room on the second floor, which they were informed was the cursed room. However, after they posted that video online, several of their followers got in touch to tell them that they had been given false information, and that in fact the real cursed room is actually on the top floor of the abandoned hotel. So, armed with all the information he needs, Gachan decides to go back to the hotel to investigate the cursed room, this time alone.
はい、ということで現場に到着したので早速行ってみたいと思います。ここがね、以前は多分この目の前に倒れてるこの扉のようなもので塞がっていたんですね。で、部屋があることが分からなかった。まあ現在はね、だいぶ荒れているので、まあこのありさまといったような感じです。ここが呪われた部屋と言われている部屋ですね。ロープが切れてますね。ここだけ洋室なんですよね。1996年。でも2020年にここに誰かがいたのは確かだよね。誰かいる？
Did he hear something?
次の部屋行きます。
Ooh.
え？ 誰ですか？誰？誰かいます？誰かいますか？いたら返事してもらってもいいですか？風？
No. No, that wasn't wind.
あ、びっくりした。何これ。すいません。いらっしゃいますよね。
Somebody else there at the light?
機関室だよね、あれ。いや、位置的にあれだ。あった。どうして？あ、屋上でビアガーデンとかあったのかな。だから配膳のエレベーターが屋上にもあるんかな。雨漏りはしてないな。
Is that a hooded figure behind him?
Inside the crumbling hotel, there initially doesn't seem to be much evidence of anything paranormal, but Gachan feels something isn't quite right. Then, while searching all the guest rooms, a door suddenly slams closed behind him. Gachan can't find what did it, but he bravely presses on, keen to investigate the cursed room. He eventually finds himself on the roof, where he decides to check out a small room. Inside, at the back of the room, he finds an elevator shaft leading down. He looks down it, but doesn't see anything. However, did you see it? As Gachan turns to leave, horrifyingly, a pair of legs can be seen dangling down the elevator shaft right behind Gachan, which weren't there seconds before. Clipstore's viewers were left terrified by this creepy moment with the legs dangling down the elevator shaft during Gachan's investigation at this abandoned haunted hotel, with many saying that this is reminiscent of Ju-on, also known as the Grudge, and that it's likely the cause of all the strange activity at this hotel. But what do you think? Did Gachan capture something paranormal on camera at this abandoned haunted hotel? You tell me.
Well, what the hell did I see? Hold on, y'all.
雨漏りはしてないな。
Okay. Oh, okay. I see. I thought this was a hooded figure at that moment, but that's when the legs were seen Up here. Okay. It really looked like there was a hooded figure standing there behind him, though.
Me. This next creepy video comes from the Japanese ghost hunting channel Black Story. Kuro, the ghost hunter behind the channel, received a call from a friend who had a very scary story to tell him. His friend told him that he'd been driving down a dark tunnel alone when he heard what sounded kind of like stones hitting his car. He thought the stones might have been kicked up by his wheels, but it was so loud and strange that he decided to get out of the car to check. As he was looking around, he noticed a creepy figure in his rearview mirror. The figure was running down the tunnel towards him. Terrified, he leapt back into his car and raced out of the tunnel. Kuro, intrigued by his friend's experience, decided to venture out in the dead of night to conduct a paranormal investigation deep in the tunnel. For the first part of the video, nothing much really happens. However, when Kuro is about to leave, things get a little bit creepy.
写真撮影は終了です。なんか女性の声聞こえるんだけど、めっちゃ喋り声聞こえる。誰もいませんか？
Kuro mentions he can hear a woman's voice and the sounds of footsteps walking in the shadows directly behind him, but no one can be seen, or at least from this camera they couldn't. The next clip you're about to see is footage taken exactly at the same time, but from Kuro's handheld camera.
誰もいませんか？
What is that?
Did you see her? As Kuro tilts the camera, the face of someone or something can be seen for a split second,
I don't see a
standing
face,
in the
though.
darkness right behind him.
Oh, wait, yeah.
But
Ooh.
on the static camera, no one can be seen. And if you look at the timing of both cameras, everything happens at exactly the same time. So I highly doubt that this is a pre-recorded video being played. YouTube viewers were left horrified by this scary figure lurking in the darkness behind Kuro, with many believing it to be the same ghost that his friend encountered on his journey through the tunnel. So what do you think? Did Japanese ghost hunter Kuro capture a ghost on camera inside this tunnel? You tell me.
I didn't see her at
This
first.
next scary video comes from the Japanese ghost hunting channel Takuchi Camera. Takuchi ventures out to explore an abandoned and supposedly haunted house miles out in the middle of nowhere. There's no information about what happened to the family who lived there, but the house is definitely abandoned. Even stranger is that there were no stairs leading up to the attic, so Takuchi brings in a ladder to investigate what's up there. This chilling footage is what he found.
And he climbed up there?
Yes. Okay. すごい怒りっぽい。うわ、なんでしょう。うわ。
captured on Takuchi's handheld camera. Horrifyingly, 2 legs of someone can be seen standing on the attic floor right in front of Takuchi. But weirdly, when he takes a look inside himself, he doesn't see anyone. He decides to climb up into the attic, and then this happens.
この屋根裏部屋にね、なんて言うんですか。あ、はちょっと待って。はちょっと待って。ライト消えた。これ始まってる？難しい。ライト消えて。なんで？ライト。あ、ついた。何やったん今の？どういうこと？また消えた。
Who is he talking to?
は？マジ？待って。ちょっと待って。ちょっとオンにもう一回試してみようか。マジ？ちょっともう一回オンにしてみます。全然あかんわ。ちょっと帰ろう。
As Takuchi is in the attic, the light on his torch suddenly goes out, only to flash back on a moment later. It's then that he captures something truly unsettling. A pair of feet seemingly wandering aimlessly around the attic, just a few steps ahead of him. Oblivious to the strange, creepy presence sharing the attic with him, Takuchi quickly leaves the abandoned house. Only after reviewing the footage did he realise the potential paranormal encounter he had in the attic of this abandoned house. Viewers were quick to suggest that Takuchi captured the real deal, a ghost on camera, and even Takuchi himself describes this eerie sight as the feet of a ghost. But what's your take on this? Did Takuchi capture the wanderings of a ghostly presence? Drop a comment below with your thoughts.
That's a pretty good one too, man.
This following clip is rather bizarre. Uploaded to the X, formerly Twitter, account, Conspiration ESP, a giant moth with what looks like the face of Valak from the film The Nun can be seen on its back. It could just be an unusual pattern, but horrifyingly, the nun's mouth seems to open further the longer you watch.
Yo, that's crazy.
So, what is this? Is it an optical illusion or something more sinister manifesting before our eyes? Use the comments to share your thoughts.
I'm a huge Conjuring fan. Excuse me, I'm a huge Conjuring
This next
fan.
creepy video comes from the YouTube channel Grizzly Gaz. Gaz, along with his faithful companion Fendi, sets out on a camping trip in the woodlands of West Yorkshire. This particular camping site isn't unfamiliar terrain for Gaz. He's pitched his tent here on multiple solo camping trips before. The outing was initially envisioned as a serene bonding time for Gaz and Fendi, a break away from the everyday hustle. However, as the veil of night descended, their tranquil retreat swiftly transformed into an experience of chilling unease.
Is that rain?
What the f is that?
Somebody walking towards him?
Gaz and Fendi are awoken by creepy noises outside their tent. The sounds of branches breaking, followed by footsteps, understandably creeps Gaz out, but it soon became much more terrifying.
Put my boots on.
Personally, man, I couldn't sit there hearing all this going on around me and not get out so I can see what the hell is going on. Because at any moment, you can't see anything. You could get attacked and you can't do nothing about it because you'll know it's coming. I need to get out and I need to see around me to know I'm safe or not.
Torch.
At a boar?
Now the sounds of something growling or snarling can be heard coming from the darkness outside Gaz's tent. Gaz stays put, trying to figure out if his mind or a person is playing tricks on him. The sounds get closer and Gaz decides to cut the lights.
What the? What the? Oh.
I would have been gone. I'm not hanging out no more. I'm sorry, I gotta go.
The creepy sounds from something continue to creep Gaz out, but just what is making them? Well, Gaz bravely steps out of his tent into the darkness to find out.
But
I know it's someone f***ing with me. Got a big dog here. And a nice knife with your name on it. What the f***?
Gaz searches the area around his camp, but he doesn't see anyone. He decides to try scaring them away, but no one responds. Instead, he hears something that sounds like someone chopping wood in the dark. Gaz makes his way back to his tent, where he takes a moment to figure out just what is out there in the darkness. After some time, he manages to fall asleep. However, a short while later, he's awoken again.
Hi. I can hear you. It definitely sounded like a person running.
Gaz is awoken by the sounds of someone or something just a few feet away going through his stuff. Then, what sounds like scratching on the side of his tent can be heard. Gaz yells at it, and it runs away, but the footsteps sound eerily similar to a human's. Grizzly Gaz's viewers were on the edge of their seats while watching this creepy video he uploaded back in July 2022. Some viewers suggest that it may have been a feral hog. However, others argue that whatever it was sounded like it ran away on 2 legs, not 4. And Gaz himself says that there are no wild pigs in Bradford, West Yorkshire, and that he thinks someone was trying to mess with him just to try and scare him. So what do you think was lurking outside Gaz's tent that night? A wild animal, a person, or something more sinister? Let me know down below. In the vast networks of highways that crisscross our nation, truck drivers often witness the extraordinary, but seldom does technology capture the inexplicable, especially not from the front and inside of a massive rig. Reddit user L. Tibbs brought this unsettling tale to the subreddit Paranormal's attention. Her father-in-law, an investigator for a trucking company, is tasked with monitoring the drivers, ensuring they maintain the highest standards of safety. Any sudden swerve, any abrupt halt, and the cameras roll, recording dual perspectives, the road ahead and the driver's reaction. But what happens when these cameras capture something far removed from the ordinary, a memory of tragedy etched into the very fabric of a desolate road? On this particular stretch, the dark history of a hit and run in 2013 that claimed a young girl's life resurfaces. In the eerie glow of headlights, a spectral figure in white eerily ambles in the lane. As the truck approaches, she remains unperturbed, and the driver, realizing the gravity of the situation, attempts to halt the massive machine. His co-driver, sensing the urgency, looks up. The road's construction barriers thwart any hope of evasion. As they near the ethereal figure, she turns, her gaze piercing through them. They grind to a halt, convinced of the impact. Yet, when they scour their surroundings and even involve the police, no trace of the girl is found. So, the question looms, just what did this truck's cameras capture on that fateful stretch of road? I'll leave that for you to decide. This next ghost video comes from another popular Japanese ghost hunting channel, a Magatoki film. Hiro and Tomo venture out to an abandoned school which local residents say is incredibly haunted. Apparently, people have reported seeing children looking out of the windows of the abandoned school. However, when they've called the police out to investigate, they never find anyone inside. However, one police officer mentioned that while he was alone in one of the classrooms, he felt as if something was in there with him. He even heard the sounds of footsteps walking towards him, but there was nobody else there. Intrigued by the rumors of this abandoned and supposedly haunted school, Hiro and Tomo decide to investigate it. This is what they found.
かなりでも荒らされてるね。なんかあんまりそういう机とか椅子とかっていうのがさ、ないね。ないもんね。お、びっくりした。今ここに人影が見えたの。その影から覗いてた。いや、ここに立ってるように見えた。ここにね。わあ。なんか落とした。あったな。いや、してるよね。してるよ。いや、さすがに。待って、誰かいない？違うか。人影は見えなかったけど、何かが動くような音はしてたよね。まあでもここはここで行き止まりか。そうだね。もう行き止まりない。聞こえたでしょ今声。
While walking through the creepy building, the ghost hunters don't seem to be alone. Strange noises from unexpected places and the sounds of someone moaning can be heard. But the strangest moment was captured as they were leaving. Right before the ghost hunters stepped out of the building, they decided to take some pictures of a desk with an ominous drawing on it. When the ghost hunters got home, they reviewed their footage and photos and were shocked by one which showed something terrifying. Dark figure sitting at the desk where the ominous drawing was on. Creeped out by this mysterious dark figure captured in the photograph, Hiro makes the decision to return to the school alone in an attempt to get to the bottom of what they'd really captured in the photograph. And yep, you guessed it, it turned out to be a very bad idea.
Of course it did.
地下のさ部屋でさ、写真を数枚撮ってたじゃないですか。結構ブレた写真とかが何枚かあってさ、何枚も撮ってたんだけど。これ最後に撮った写真なんだけどさ、机と椅子あったじゃん。あったね。あそこにさ、誰か座ってるように見えるんだけど。さっき撮ったやつでしょ？そう。ほんと黒い物体だから、なんか人には見えないんだけど。では今から凶器の一人検証をやってみます。もうさっきの写真やばかったっすよね。走る音がずっと聞こえてきた場所はここです。もうこんなホラーゲームだよね。ちょっと急ぎ目で行こう。絶対あの写真人が座っているように見えたんだけど。
I heard that.
ふふって聞こえたでしょ今。今絶対入ってるよね。
I definitely heard the laugh.
ふふって。ちょっと待って、今一人だよな。ちょっと待って。
There's nowhere to go in there. I definitely saw. Oh wait, no, that's another room. No, it couldn't. there was somebody else there, and they wouldn't have been able to run out that back door that quick and not be spotted. No. That was a spirit. And then it would have to jump out a window? Nah.
いや、無理でしょ。
Wow.
やっば。
Wow.
今見間違い今の。おお。ちょっと待って、今一人じゃない。ちょっと待って。
It don't look like a child to me though. That looks like a grown-ass adult.
Hiro makes his way through the school alone. The
school
school is even more terrifying on his second visit, and almost immediately he encounters some strange phenomena. Hiro hears a disturbing laugh. Then, just a few moments later, he spots a dark figure through the doorway, but when he goes over to check, the figure has disappeared. Hiro eventually reaches the classroom where the mysterious dark figure sitting at the desk with the ominous drawing was caught on camera, and this happens.
Oh, there's more?
Oh, ちょっと最初はね、こんなのマジで子供騙しというかいたずらというか大したことないだろうと思ってたけど、ちょっと一旦ここで。
Hiro finds the drawing still on the desk. Creeped out, he phones Tomo and tells him about the dark figure he saw standing in the doorway earlier. He then decides to wait quietly in the classroom for some time, and then this happens.
I'm not gonna lie, his shadow was scaring me a little bit.
What今の音。
Noises can be heard coming from the darkness surrounding Hiro. He jumps when a loud bang comes from another room, but then a horrifying ghoulish face slowly slides out from under the desk and appears to stare right at him. Hiro then takes off running without even thinking about it. But it doesn't end there. The ghost hunters feel there's still unfinished business at the haunted school. Unsurprisingly, Hiro is too shaken by his last experience to step foot inside again. So this time, Tomo decides to go in alone, and well, maybe he shouldn't have.
まあ確かにあれから誰か人が来たとは思うんすけど、多少時間経ってるんでね。うーって今聞こえたね。ちょっと待ってね。いや今完全に女の人の声だね。いや今してたな。どっちからしてたんだろう。向こうかな。どこだっけ。自分の声が反響してるのかな。普通に声聞こえてたね今ね。やっぱ一人だと怖いっすね。前回もいろんなことがあった場所なんで。足音してるね。してる。
As Tomo enters one of the rooms of the abandoned school, a creepy moaning sound is heard coming from the darkness behind him. He spins around, but no one's there. Then, later in the video, Tomo hears more moaning sounds, then someone or something can be heard walking in the shadows. Tomo eventually reaches the room where Hiro had a heart-stopping experience last time, and the experience Tomo was about to have would haunt him for the rest of his life.
なんでこんな絵を描いたんだろう。どんな精神状態だったんですかね。まあ机の中どうなってんだろう。血の気配っていうのはすごいするんですけど、それが何なのかは分からない。ヒロがね、変な写真とか撮ってたんで、やっぱりここはヒロ君が気が強かったのかなって気はしますけど、まあ自分もね、じゃあこう何枚か写真とか撮ったりしてみて、でそれだと30分ぐらいで帰ろうかなと思います。写真撮ろうと思います。
It's like a hooded figure shadow figure behind him. Nothing there.
Tomo finds the drawing on the desk. He decides to wait for just under an hour to see if anything happens, but strangely, nothing does. So, for one last attempt at capturing paranormal activity at the school, Tomo decides to take several photographs, like they did before where they caught the dark figure on camera at the desk. At the time, Tomo believed that he was alone in the room, but the photographs he took proved he was wrong. Captured in the photograph snapped by Tomo inside the classroom with the ominous drawing, a mysterious dark figure can be seen standing behind him. Amagatoki's viewers were on the edge of their seats throughout their paranormal investigation at this abandoned haunted school, with many believing that both Tomo and Hiro encountered a dark entity that has been rumoured to haunt the old school. But what do you think? Did Japanese ghost hunters Tomo and Hiro capture something paranormal at this old abandoned school? Drop a comment below with your thoughts on this one. This next ghost video comes from the popular paranormal investigation channel Paranormal Nightmare TV series. Josh, Rocky and Sean investigate the Lighthouse Church in Lynn, Indiana, which carries a haunting connection to a notorious figure, Jim Jones. Known for leading a cult known as the People's Temple, Jones orchestrated a tragic event in Jonestown, Guyana that sent shockwaves around the world. He convinced his followers to drink a deadly concoction, leading to a massive loss of lives, and if anyone refused, it didn't go well for them. A few managed to escape the horrifying scene by running into the wilderness, but sadly, the majority, 918 people, were not so fortunate. Now, this old church didn't directly witness these events, but its ties to Jones run deep. It was his childhood church, and since that horrifying event, whispers of hauntings have echoed in its hallways. The ghost hunters spend 2 nights inside the church, documenting everything they could find, and this is what they found.
Oh, Don't. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cuss. Thank you for talking to me. Would you like to tell me what your name is?
Jim.
Jim and here. Lord. It said Jim and then it said Lord. Oh my goodness.
While attempting to communicate, Sean is shocked when a noise makes him jump. The word that is picked up is don't. He apologizes for cursing and asks for the entity's name, and bizarrely, it responds with the name Jim. While this was happening upstairs, Josh was down in the basement doing his own investigation alone.
You don't? We know Jim Jones came here for many years as a child, then he moved on and became a reverend at different churches. And then they did some very bad things.
Jim.
Whoa! Holy. Okay, that was loud.
Josh asks any spirits that might be listening if they remember Jim Jones visiting the church. Initially, the answer he receives is no, but then someone says the name Jim. Rocky is also on his own, standing behind the podium in the church hall, conducting his own investigations.
What makes this piece of evidence so much more compelling? Watch as the phone is lifted up and slammed down at the exact same time the EDI alerts Rocky to a spirit being present.
As Rocky is wondering whether he should move to another part of the church, the EDI lights up, indicating the presence of a spirit. But before he even has a chance to look at the light, a phone on the podium lifts up and slams down all by itself right next to him. Meanwhile, Sean is still upstairs and his conversation isn't over yet.
Whoa! Okay. I hear you. Do you not like me talking about... Ah! Whoa! It's so freaking dark up here, I can't see. Oh, crap. Yep, I'm out.
And there's no other area. What happened?
It's coming!
It's chasing him?
Bless me! God! No! Oh my God!
Would he fall?
Whatever the heck was out there just came running at me down the steps. Holy sh**, I'm out of here. Yep, Josh can have it.
As Sean is asking questions, unaware to him, the camera captures multiple orbs swirling around him, while some shuffling noises can be heard in the background. He tries to ask if the spirits don't want him asking about Jim Jones, but before he can finish his sentence, a loud bang makes him jump and Sean gets out of there. But as he reaches the last few steps, it sounds like something runs down the stairs after him. The brothers decide all this activity means that they should now stick together, so they regroup in the main church hall with an SLS Connect camera and capture something absolutely chilling live on camera.
I feel like if we're going to catch something, it's going to be in the basement.
Well, I think we need to go up to the attic. Or it'd be better if I just filmed the screen. Like if they're just watching the screen, that I won't need this light on. What do you think?
It's the Paranormal Nightmare TV series crew moving to another part of the church, captured live on camera. A mysterious child-sized figure can be seen standing at the bottom of the stairs, staring down the hallway at the unsuspecting Foreman brothers. But the question is, who is it? And what makes this even more creepy is that earlier in the investigation, nothing was there. The paranormal activity, along with the live capture of this child-sized apparition in the video, has left YouTube viewers frozen in fear. What lends credibility to this spine-chilling encounter is that the Foreman brothers are recognised as one of the most reliable paranormal investigation channels out there. Many viewers, like user Tiffany9776, believe this to be, quote, the holy grail of paranormal evidence. They're convinced that this is undoubtedly a full-bodied apparition of a child, possibly even the spectral image of Jim Jones in his younger days. The evidence has me personally convinced of its authenticity, but what's your take on it? Could this really be the apparition of a ghost caught on camera? I'm eager to hear your take on this.
We're officially over an hour. If you're rocking with me still, please drop a like on the video. I see. So we get a lot of likes on these videos, or no, we get a lot of views on these videos, but we got to get them likes up. I want to at least hit 50 to 100 likes on this video. Hopefully, fingers crossed. So help your boy out. Please hit that like button and let's get into it.
In the depths of Oregon's picturesque wilderness, Motoins from TikTok embarked on what he expected to be a regular biking adventure. Known for sharing his thrilling dirt bike adventures, one particular journey took an unexpected, eerie turn.
I think we saw this.
Kind of creepy.
Yeah, we definitely saw this one. This was a good video.
Go this way. This is where most people would turn around. If you turn around, you never get to see what's on the other side. That's where all the gold is waiting over there. Could be missing out what's on the other side. Hello?
Sorry, I had to request a bevy. Give me a minute.
While out all alone in the woods, a voice saying, "Hey," or "Help," can be heard echoing through the trees around Ethan. Then, suddenly, he hears the sound of sticks breaking nearby, as if something's moving towards him. Ethan then gets on his bike and flees in fear. Ethan posts this video to TikTok, which unsurprisingly sparks a debate in the comments. Users argued that the sounds are from either a quote, skinwalker or Bigfoot. However, others suggest it's simply just a bobcat or mountain lion. Curious to find out what it was, Ethan returns to the location and what he captures made his blood turn cold.
Oh god, bones are still here. I don't like this at all. Oh god, there's even more bones than last time.
Yeah, he's about to go deeper.
It's been a few months since I filmed the last video, because honestly I've just been too scared to come up here. Definitely a lot more overgrown than last time. I'm hoping that since it's been such a long time that I don't think anything will happen this time. I think that tree is actually gone. This road's been cleared. Looks like we've already passed it a while ago, but that tree is gone. Oh! It's just dark as hell in here. I'm probably gonna turn around soon. Oh, there's two ways. Holy crap, dude, this trail goes on forever.
Watch this. Watch this.
It just got really quiet really fast. That was my fucking cue to go. That was my cue to leave.
Ethan discovers that the trail becomes unusually dark the further he goes. Suddenly, everything goes quiet. Even the birds don't dare to chirp. Then, out of the bushes, a mysterious pale figure appears. Without a second thought, Ethan bolts out of there. When Ethan got home, he was able to get a better look at what he captured in the video, and, understandably, it chilled him to his core. Some sort of pale humanoid creature thing with glowing eyes can be seen watching, or maybe even hunting Ethan from the dark forest. But what is it? TikTok users have been left terrified by these creepy videos uploaded by Motoins, with many still questioning just what on earth is this thing Ethan captured on camera. Viewers are demanding Ethan to go back and make a part 3, but Ethan seems declined to do that. So what do you think this pale figure could be? A bobcat or something more mysterious? You tell me.
I agree with him. Don't test fate.
This set of creepy clips that I put together come from the TikTok account Ricky Eats World. Ricky makes the bold claim that his house is haunted, and he says that he's been dealing with some truly terrifying paranormal activity, most of which is primarily centered around his son Elliot. Over some time, Ricky has captured numerous eerie occurrences, archiving a host of creepy videos and sharing them to his TikTok page. What they revealed terrified TikTok viewers.
So there's only me home, and I swear to God there is whirling coming from the cupboard. Hello? Oh, for God's sake. Hello?
What?
The sounds of wailing can be heard coming from Ricky's cupboard. He calls out, hello, and then the sound of knocking can be heard echoing off the cupboard door. Ricky opens the cupboard, but no one's in there. This would only be the start of something terrifying for Ricky. In this next clip, Ricky finds his son acting rather strange.
Not the babies. Oh, they, man.
Elliot, what are you doing? Oh, that's cool. What's that? What's that in the corner? Oh, why have you drawn that?
No.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No.
What does he do?
He annoys me at the night.
Why?
Because he does this.
Oh, really?
But I'm not allowed to tell anybody.
Okay.
Ricky's son Elliot can be seen communicating with something we can't see. Ricky asks, what are you doing? To which Elliot replies with, I'm drawing my bedroom. And that he's drawing a man hanging, as he can see a man hanging in the corner of his bedroom. However, when Ricky points the camera towards where Elliot can see the man, there's nobody there. Elliot then mentions that whoever or whatever he can see visits him in the night and, quote, annoys him by banging, but Elliot is not supposed to tell anyone. This could have been a one-off, but on another day, Ricky finds Elliot acting strange again.
Stop it.
Elliot, what are you doing? Oh, really? Right.
He's crying, and I keep saying stop it.
Are you crying?
Yeah.
So this is the photo of the hanging man he's seen in the corner of his room. I'm going to ask him to draw it again when I've rubbed it completely off. Elliot, can you draw the hanging man for me like you did before?
No, because you'll tell me off at night.
What if I don't let him? What if you can sleep in my room? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Right, so what's these on his face?
Tears.
What's this?
Straight.
Oh, okay. Does he cry quite a lot?
Yeah, because he's got hay fever up there and he's up there.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
But he annoys me at the night because he keeps saying he always bangs and he just...
Okay, thank you.
Ricky finds Elliot shouting at the invisible hanging man to stop it. Ricky asks, what are you doing? And Elliot says that he can see the man hanging again, but this time the hanging man is crying. Ricky then asks Elliot to draw the man again, but Elliot straight up refuses and says that the man will, quote, tell him off at night. He only agrees to draw him when Ricky says he can sleep in his room. Again, the picture shows the hanging man crying. He tells Ricky again that the man keeps him up at night, crying and banging on the walls. Ricky let Elliot sleep in his room that night, but what about when Elliot went back to his own room the next night? Captured on a static camera placed inside Elliot's bedroom, we can see Elliot asleep in his bed. No. Then a loud growl startles him. Elliot can be heard saying, "Stop it, you're scaring me." Then all of a sudden, Elliot is pulled off the bed, but manages to break free and flees downstairs. In the next clip, Ricky is awoken by noises in his home. He grabs his phone and goes to investigate.
So it's the middle of the night, and there's a wailing coming from the bathroom. Everybody's asleep. The church is flooded. Is there anybody there?
Creepy wailing sounds can be heard coming from Ricky's bathroom. As he gets closer, the toilet flushes on its own, but no one can be seen. Ricky bravely steps closer, asking if there's anybody in there. Then a frightening noise makes him jump back before the video ends there. In this next clip, Ricky is disturbed by noises coming from upstairs. He goes up to check and captures this.
Hello? Hello? Whoa.
As Ricky gets to the top of the stairs, he calls out, "Hello?" Then the door to one of the bedrooms violently slams shut. Ricky is spooked, but then the sounds of heavy footsteps running towards him causes him to flee back down the stairs in absolute terror. In these following clips, Ricky is again disturbed by noises, this time coming from...
I'm curious as to why Ricky hasn't moved the hell out yet. He's seen way too, and then the thing became aggressive with his son. It's time to go. Stop playing and get out. Move. Let that man have that house. He's been there for a while. It seems like it's time for you and yours to get
from his closet.
Hello? Banging coming from the loft.
No, I'm done.
Hello?
I'm done with it. Bye. The attic. The hell?
Hello?
So this thing was primarily in his son's room, which is bad enough, and now it's migrating to his closet, the attic, and all over the place.
Whoa.
That's that dog.
Banging noises lure Ricky to his cupboard. He tentatively opens the door to check who's in there. But as he looks inside, a horrifying hiss makes him jump back in fear. Then the banging noises lead Ricky to the loft. He opens the hatch, and then a blood-curdling noise frightens him. In another clip, aggressive banging can be heard rattling one of the doors. Ricky opens the door, but no one's there. Only a stuffed dog toy on the floor, which all of a sudden turns on. Whatever is haunting Ricky's house seems to be escalating.
So somebody's hammering the door down, and it's been like this for about 2 minutes, but there is absolutely nobody there. Hello? Malik, back here. Malik.
Now, the skeptic in me could be like, the wind just blew that gate open that way, right? The believer in me Says, "Oh hell no, your dog went there for a reason." And then I can't tell. We don't really see, but it didn't sound like he closed his front door behind him. So he left that open while the gate got blown open. So you're just opening that up, your house up, to whatever's out there, essentially trying to get in, right? It's time to move.
Molly.
Banging can be heard rattling Ricky's front door. He opens the door, but no one's on the other side. And as his dog Marley moves away from the gate, it somehow slowly opens all by itself. Creeped out, Ricky calls his dog Marley back inside, then a horrifying moaning noise can be heard right next to him. In this final clip, whatever is haunting Ricky's house decides to make an appearance.
What is...
Recorded on a motion sensor camera inside Ricky's house, we can see the door slowly open mysteriously by itself. Then something peeks his head around the wall before quickly ducking away out of sight. Not once, but twice. TikTok viewers have been left creeped out to by the haunting videos uploaded by Ricky, with many users believing that a quote, demon has attached itself to his son Elliot, and that Ricky should get him and Elliot out of there immediately. But what do you think? Is Ricky and his son Elliot being haunted by something evil? Let me know down below.
From the moment that little boy said he sees a hanging man or a man hanging crying in his room, nope, time to go. Handle everything else after that. We're getting the fuck out. It's time to go. I'm sorry. That's crazy to me. Crazy. It took him that long.
This next creepy clip is another oldie but goldie. The video comes from the TikTok account Rachel H70, who uploaded this creepy video to her TikTok page after she noticed something strange while relaxing at home alone.
So I was just recording this video because I just put my TV up, and in the reflection of the TV, I noticed that there was a figure standing over me.
Ooh.
And I slowed the video down because at the end of the video, I noticed it literally moves right there.
Through the TV's reflective screen, a chilling silhouette looms over Rachel, casting an eerie presence. Motionless, it lingers just long enough to make one question its intent. Then it vanishes, leaving behind more questions than answers. Just who or what is this? Let me know what you think.
Wow.
The following video comes from the urban exploration channel, The Bearded Explorer, where he visits an abandoned children's hospital built in the late 1800s and has been abandoned since the 1980s. Prior to his exploration of the old hospital, Colin says that he didn't believe in ghosts or anything like that. However, what he encountered in this abandoned hospital would turn even the bravest of skeptics into believers.
Oh my goodness me, this is super, super creepy. Oh, look at these old chairs. This is so creepy in here. This is so creepy. Do you know, I've been to a lot of buildings and places on my own, but this place here is giving me the chills like you wouldn't believe it. I think this place closed back in the 1980s. You know, it's been empty for a very, very long time. I'm actually surprised.
That's what I'm saying, old head.
Normally they bring these places down, like... What's that? Oh, I'm hearing noises in there now. That wasn't nice. It sounded like footsteps. That was really creepy. That was really creepy. Oh, So that was me, I kicked something.
Colin starts his exploration and quickly realizes almost all of the hospital equipment is still inside the abandoned building. Colin mentions how creepy the place is, and then he hears what sounds like footsteps wandering around the abandoned hospital. But Colin swears that nobody else is there but him. Colin presses on with his exploration of the abandoned children's hospital. He heads upstairs, but finds the floors are rotted through and far too dangerous to walk on. He continues on the ground floor to grab some B-roll footage of the old building, but then things get a bit scary.
Hello? What the hell was that? What the hell is that? Starting to be some really weird stuff in here.
While recording B-roll footage, a metal rod crashes to the floor behind him. Colin takes a look, but no one's around. He then decides to film more B-roll footage, and then the loud sounds of knocking can be heard coming from the room nearby. Colin checks out the room, but he doesn't find the source of the loud knocking. Colin then decides to set up a static camera to get some shots of himself walking down the corridor, but it didn't quite go to plan.
I still don't really see it. Like, I'm sure his eyes adjusted to it and can see it in real time, but this camera, it's not really.
Did you spot it? As Colin's walking down the corridor, he hears a loud noise a few steps away. It frightens him so much, he turns and runs in the other direction. Then when he picks up his camera, it captures a dark, child-sized figure standing at the end of the corridor, watching Colin from the shadows. The child-sized apparition is only there for a second before it disappears out of sight. Understandably terrified, Colin flees the hospital in absolute fear. Colin says that the activity he witnessed inside this abandoned hospital had been playing on his mind for months. So, after a while, Colin makes the brave decision to go back on his own, this time during the pitch black.
I'm here on my own, in the pitch black, and already I'm getting freaked out. And I'm not even in the building yet. I cannot believe that I'm doing this on my own at night. Oh, okay. Okay, right. Definitely not going up that way first. I'm going this way first. Oh, why am I doing this? Why am I here? Why am I doing this? I think I'm talking a lot just so I can, like, distract my mind, because I cannot believe I'm in here on my own at night. Oh, this is creepy. This is definitely, without a shadow of a doubt, the creepiest thing I have ever done in my life. I don't even know if I could top this, to be honest with you. Oh my God. It is absolutely freezing in here. Oh. It is absolutely freezing. Why is it so cold? It wasn't this cold last time. Right. Let's do this. What the hell was that? What the hell was that? I'm sure I heard something. I don't know. It's probably just the wind. I mean, it is a little bit windy out there today, but it's not. What was that? Okay, this is the worst part for me.
Colin enters the abandoned hospital and begins to remember just how creepy the atmosphere is inside. As he's walking down the corridor where he saw the child apparition on his last visit, the sounds of a bell can be heard coming from somewhere in the darkness behind him. He spins around, but no one's there, only something dark swinging on the ceiling further down the hallway. Colin doesn't notice it and continues on with his exploration. This time, despite the risks, he ventures upstairs.
That's the staircase back downstairs again. We've got the second half of the upstairs bit. God, where is that breeze coming from? It must be coming from that loft space. The goosebumps on my whole body right now are just... You could probably strike a match off my skin. Look at this little... Oh, what was that? What was that? Oh, God. There's this little fungus growing there on its own. What the hell was that? I think it's just stuff falling from the ceiling, but it's bloody frightening the life out of me. Right, we've only got a couple more rooms up here. Look at that insulation coming down. Yeah, any heavy rain here would obviously, you know, completely saturate the place, and this insulation does hold water like a sponge. Whew. Oh, why does it look like a leg sticking out that door out there? It's not, but... Oh! I've just got all these ideas going through my head at the moment. Whoa. There's someone in there. That can't be.
As Colin is upstairs, he hears a loud noise at the end of the hallway which stops him in his tracks. Terrified, he tries to ignore it, but then an even louder noise frightens him. Colin checks around the upstairs, but doesn't find anyone and puts the noises down to things falling from the collapsed ceiling. But then as he approaches one of the far rooms, something knocks, and Colin decides it's best to stay well away. Confused, but convinced no one is up there, Colin inspects the room where the loud sound came from and doesn't find anyone inside. Creeped out, Colin leaves that area, and then this happens.
Oh, God, okay. Oh, I've never been so scared. I've never been so scared. I'm getting out of here. I've had enough. That was weird. That was really, really weird.
He said, "No, I'm good."
What is it about this place? Oh, I hate this place, I really do. Just listen.
Yep. That'll do it.
A loud noise terrifies Colin. He races down the stairs, and as he's deciding whether to leave or not, a red child's ball rolls across the hallway right in front of him. Colin decides he's had enough and flees the hospital once more. YouTube viewers were sitting in suspense during Colin's exploration of this abandoned hospital, with many believing that all the creepy things he encountered here were 100% real paranormal activity. But what do you think? Did Colin capture real paranormal activity at this abandoned hospital? Use the comments to share your thoughts. These next set of creepy clips come from the paranormal investigation channel NM Ghost Hunter. NM Ghost Hunter claims his house is haunted and has documented and uploaded dozens of video footage of the strange things happening around his supposedly haunted house. In the creepy videos you're about to see, NM Ghost Hunter sets up static cameras around his property, and not long after, creepy things start happening.
Yes or no? The evil flick the light again.
I just told you it's evil. Time to go. Quit playing.
While NM Ghost Hunter is in the basement, the lights begin turning on and off by themselves. Then, a metal rod all of a sudden flies up to the ceiling, mysteriously, all by itself. On another day, while NM Ghost Hunter and his family are out of the house, this was captured.
Crazy. Now, yes. Okay.
While every
I was gonna say, how would you fake that? Honestly, I don't know how you would fake that, because you could put, I don't know. I don't know how you would fake that. I really don't. And yes, if you did find a way to convincingly fake that, TV's cheap. It can easily be replaced, maybe like $130 TV or something like that. Was that an LG looks like? It's not an expensive TV, but why would you potentially ruin the TV to, I don't know. I'm leaning heavily towards this is real. The TVs or the lights went out when he asked if you're evil, turn off the lights, and they did. So he's playing with something he shouldn't be playing with right now.
Everyone was out of the house. The TV can be seen rocking violently all on its own. After getting home and checking the footage, NM Ghost Hunter was clearly creeped out. However, later that day, the same thing occurred, but this time right in front of his eyes.
What's wrong? What's wrong, Charlie? Oh, TV's going. Here we go. Where is TV going? There's no one back there.
The TV can be seen rocking again. NM Ghost Hunter goes to prove that the TV is rocking by itself, and that there are no strings attached to it, and that no one is hiding behind it. This incident left NM Ghost Hunter creeped out and fueled by a desire to challenge any skeptics. Determined to gather evidence and debunk any doubts, NM Ghost Hunter installs 3 separate cameras, each positioned at different angles, and all focused on the TV.
Okay. Okay, so we got the TV going. Just gonna show behind the TV, there's nothing there. And the TV is rocking.
Getting me chills. It just got cold.
Again, there's absolutely nothing there. No one back there.
Caught from 3 different angles this time, the TV can be seen rocking back and forth over and over again. Again, NM Ghost Hunter proves that no one is hiding behind the TV. But the TV wasn't the only place he'd set up cameras, and it wouldn't be the only source of activity.
I'm a believer. Let's go. Get
This
out.
time, it's the fridge door that begins moving on its own. It bangs open and closed, then suddenly stops. However, a few days later, the activity begins to increase.
See, why let it? That's my problem. Why let it get to this point where time after time after time, the activity just continues to increase? You know what I mean? After that first instance where he said, if you're evil, flicker off the lights, and it happened, I don't need to see nothing else. I'm a believer. I'll leave y'all alone. Have fun. Make that make sense. Why are you playing with spirits this way? I can't tell what we're looking at. TV or the bookshelf? Okay. Oh, damn. Is that earthquake? It's messing with the camera, too. Shaking it.
A set of keys fly off the top of the bookshelf, then a drawer in the TV cabinet slides open and a painting rocks back and forth. The camera shakes, then another painting begins rocking up and down before it crashes to the ground. At the same time, a book flies off the bookshelf. The camera continues to shake aggressively before it topples over onto the floor. A few nights later, his kitchen camera captures this.
Damn.
A large bowl rocks side to side before lifting up into the air several times, before it falls so hard it breaks into several pieces. That might have been the first thing this entity broke, but it wouldn't be the last. This time in his garage, objects can be seen being violently thrown around by something we can't see. A few nights later, the destruction moves into the house.
How forcefully these cabinets and that fridge and everything has been opening and shutting. This is very aggressive.
Cupboard doors swing open and closed all by themselves. Then all of a sudden, objects inside one of the cupboards fly out and crash onto the floor. Then the drying rack flips over and falls to the ground. Several objects on the floor move in different directions before the bin lid catapults out of the cupboard. Although this was just the start of the chaos in the kitchen.
Ooh. Okay.
This time, in broad daylight, objects fly out of the cupboard again. A tin flies out so hard that it smashes a picture frame on the other side of the room. Almost 2 weeks later, a camera on another part of the house captures this. At first, the house seems quiet. Then suddenly, all the doors burst open, including the front door. A couple of days later, things were about to get very weird.
I didn't even notice that one side door open too. Ghost just wants to clean up. Is that what it is?
A vacuum cleaner spins out onto the floor and turns on by itself, as if someone or something is operating it. This next clip takes us back to the kitchen several nights later.
What is that sound? The drawer opening and shutting. It's not showing. I don't know.
Again, similar to last time, the cupboard door flings open and the groceries fall out and crash to the floor. But this time, there's a loud, disturbing banging noise that won't stop. One by one, each of the drawers open too. NM Ghost Hunter has enough and eventually moves house, hoping the activity would subside, and for a while, it did. However, after several months had passed, the unsettling occurrences that NM Ghost Hunter had hoped were a thing of the past began happening once more.
It followed him. I apologize, y'all.
The cupboard in the kitchen door can be seen rattling, almost like something is trying to escape, only the door isn't locked. NM Ghost Hunter takes a look inside, but no one's in there, and the banging, which sounded like it was coming from inside, continues even after he opens the door. But whatever is tormenting him decides to do something even more creepy.
No.
What do you want? What do you want? What do you want with me? Come on, answer! What do you want with me?
That's distressing enough as it is. waiting for them to lunge at him or something.
What do you want?
NM Ghost Hunter rushes to his daughter's room to investigate a loud noise. When he gets there, 2 huge teddy bears on the top shelf can be seen moving mysteriously on their own. Fed up with this now, he asks the poltergeist what it wants, but it doesn't answer. All the while, the teddy bears continue to move creepily on their own.
There's more? Brett needs to go to church. And it's a parrot? We got a bunch of birds.
Outside, a garden chair suddenly lifts into the air before crashing to the ground mysteriously by itself. Then, in another clip, the large cupboard doors can be heard rattling over and over again. NM Ghost Hunter opens them up, but nothing's inside. In this final clip, taken almost a month later in the middle of the night, NM Ghost Hunter is awoken by loud noises. He gets out his phone and goes to investigate.
What do you want? Why are you here? Are you ever going to leave? Are you ever going to leave? Are you ever going to leave? Are you ever gonna leave me alone? Come on, answer. Are you ever gonna leave? What do you want?
Loud banging sounds and creepy laughter and growling can be heard echoing around NM Ghost Hunter's house. He wanders around, trying to find where it's coming from, but doesn't find anything. Only the creepy cackling and banging can be heard coming from the darkness around him. Frustrated and fed up, NM Ghost Hunter reaches breaking point and firmly demands that whatever entity has been tormenting him to leave him alone. To his dismay, the response he receives is a sinister chorus of eerie cackling and unsettling banging sounds emerging from the darkness surrounding him. YouTube viewers have been left horrified by the poltergeist activity uploaded by NM Ghost Hunter, with many praising his bravery and suggesting he needs to get his house blessed before the activity gets even worse. NM Ghost Hunter claims that the activity he's documented and uploaded is the work of a real poltergeist. But what do you think? Drop a comment below with your thoughts on this one.
I agree wholeheartedly.
The next set of clips that I put together come from the TikTok account Flat7Ghost. I've featured several terrifying clips from Flat7Ghost before, which some of you may remember. Since then, Tom, the man behind the TikTok account Flat7Ghost, has helpfully sent me some more information that might help us uncover what's really happening in his home. Tom explained that he and his girlfriend Carleen began experiencing some strange things about 4 or 5 months ago, but at the time, living in a block of flats with a child and a cat, they simply brushed it off as just odd everyday noises. However, it soon became apparent that the noises were something more than a neighbour or a cat. Over time, Tom became a little bit concerned by the creepy things that were happening in and around his flat, so he began to document his findings. Confused by the fact their flat is situated in a totally new building and that they are the first people ever to live in it, Tom did some digging. He discovered that whatever could be haunting his home might be connected to some tragic events nearby, and that the building is actually located on a very old dairy farm. Whatever the cause, the scary video evidence Tom has documented and uploaded clearly shows something very disturbing happening in his home.
Right, so I'm working from home, and as usual, some madness going on in the hallway.
While Tom is working, the sounds of something can be heard coming from the hallway. He goes to check, and the handle to the cupboard can be seen lifting up and down. Tom opens the cupboard doors, but finds no one inside. In this next clip, Tom decides to make contact with whatever is haunting his home.
I've scanned the rooms so I know where all the spikes are, and it seems like this is the best place to put it, as it doesn't seem to get that many spikes. We're just going to ask it some questions and see if we get some clear indications that something's here. So, if there's anything in this room, ghosts, spirits, entities, touch that device on the table with a green light and it will light up and indicate that you're here. Can you touch it again, please? That's ridiculous. Right, if you hold the device for as long as you possibly can, it will give us a much better reading.
Try and make it go all the way to the red.
That's ridiculous.
When Tom asks the presence to touch the EMF device, we can see it spikes right up, as if something we can't see is touching it. Each time he asks it to touch the device, it does. And even when Carleen asks the entity to get it all the way to red, it immediately does just that. Clearly, whatever it is wants to communicate, and it wasn't going to let them forget it.
Wake up. Wake up. The door's rattling. The door's rattling.
Tom is awoken in the middle of the night by sounds of rattling coming from his bedroom door, almost as if something is trying to get inside. He checks his whole house, but all seems fine. In this next clip, the activity continues even when the couple leave the flat.
Why would you put an exercise bike in your kitchen? Isn't the cat supposed to sense something else being there?
Captured on the couple's home security camera when nobody was home. A cooking spoon suddenly flies off the table and crashes into the wall. Their cat Rory immediately runs to look before several cupboard doors fly open, and then, later in the day, strange banging sounds are picked up on the camera's audio. The couple return home and are understandably confused by the cupboard doors wide open. The next clip is taken a few nights later. While the couple are relaxing watching the TV, a cupboard door slowly opens behind them. Then several objects fall out and crash onto the floor, startling both Tom and Carleen. They jump up, but miss the most terrifying part. So I have to ask, did you see what happened? Take a close look at the bottom of the screen and you'll notice their cat, Rory, walking out of his tunnel to investigate. But as soon as he steps out, he appears to be pushed to the ground by some invisible force. Around that time, a friend brought the couple a Ouija board as a joke, but unsurprisingly, the activity in their home quickly increased.
That's why you don't play with Ouija boards.
Right, so the doorbell's going. We're not expecting anyone, so I'm just filming just in case it is more activity.
So weird. There's not even anyone out there.
Why is it so bright? What's going on? What the hell?
Yeah, y'all need to move. It's time for everybody to get out, because damn.
Again, the cupboard doors begin opening and closing on their own, and while the couple were watching TV, a chair slides out from under the dining table all by itself. Then, in another clip, the doorbell rings and the sounds of knocking can be heard coming from the couple's front door. Tom opens it up, but no one's on the other side. In this next clip, while Tom and Carleen are relaxing watching TV, they caught this.
Alright, so we're just watching TV and the lampshade's been moving on its own. We've no idea why. There's no window open, there's no reason why it should be moving, but it keeps moving. I have no idea why. So, if someone can explain that to me. Oh, Rory wants to play with his elastic band. But there's no one in the room, there's no reason why it should be moving, but it keeps moving. See?
The lampshade begins moving bizarrely side to side. A few nights later, the couple heard a noise in their hallway. Tom grabs his phone, hits record, and goes to take a look.
What the f***? It's not the cupboard. Oh, f*** off. What? There's no one in here.
Behind the door.
There's no one behind the door.
Noises can be heard coming from the hallway. Tom goes to check, and the door handle, which leads to their bedroom, can be seen moving up and down. And when he checks inside, no one's there. In this next clip, the couple are relaxing watching TV when Carlene notices something strange.
Right, we've just paused the TV because Carlene reckons the candles moved.
It did.
Well, I didn't see it, but I just want to film just to see if it happens again. So, can you move the candle again, please? Nothing's happening.
It did do it. It moved.
Can you please move the candle again?
See?
What the It moved.
I told you.
Can you move the candle again, please? Try really hard to move the candle. It's moving.
Told you.
Can you try again?
I don't see it moving. I don't know what's wrong with me.
Okay, stop moving the candle.
And the moon was never in the air. It just absolutely nothing.
So I'll move that time.
While the couple are watching TV, Carlene says the candles moved. Tom films them and asks whatever is there with them to move the candles, and weirdly, it does just that. Not once, not twice, but 3 times on command. And then, in the next clip, we see the couple relaxing in their living room again when the candle suddenly slides right across the table, creeping both Tom and Carlene out. This following clip, the couple are disturbed by their lights flickering on and off.
So we're just watching TV, and I've noticed that the light in our bedroom keeps flickering on and off. So I don't know what that's all about, but I'm going to check it out and see what the f is going on. What is it, Rory?
In charge is 37-year-old Victor Peter Sanchez Iglesias.
Can't see. Every time. What the hell is going on?
Tom investigates his bedroom, where the light can be seen flicking on and off, but no one is operating the light switch. In this final clip, whatever is haunting Tom and Carlene's home decides to show itself.
So
the door can be heard rattling over and over. Tom goes to check, and, well, did you catch it? When Tom opens the door, someone or something can be seen peeking round the corner of the hallway before it quickly slips away out of sight.
Ooh, I didn't see
Tom
that.
sees it, flicks the light on, and Rambos it, as Kaspersai would say, but he doesn't find anyone. The frightening paranormal activity that Tom and Carlene have experienced in their home has left viewers stunned. Their TikTok page, Flat7 Ghost, is flooded with comments praising the couple's bravery, but some are worried and hope things calm down soon. Some commenters suggest that Tom and Carlene shouldn't be messing with whatever is haunting their home, as it doesn't appear to be friendly, and warn that interacting with it could make things worse. Some even go as far as suggesting that they should cleanse their home to rid it of any evil presence. But what do you think? Is Tom and Carlene's flat haunted by something sinister? Let me know down below. This next creepy video comes from the ghost hunting channel Midwest Ghost Hunter. Ian heads out in the dead of night to the supposedly haunted Vicksburg Cemetery, all alone, or so he thought.
It's just when you're out here alone, and damn, that's just very unnerving. Is anyone out here with me? Could you give me a sign of your presence? My name is Ian. I'm just out here taking a stroll, a nightly stroll. Now it's probably an odd time to be out here, but oh shit. Dude. Okay, that's not normal.
Ian makes his way down a wooded path, and what sounds like footsteps can be heard quietly walking towards him from the shadows. Ian becomes spooked, but continues on.
I'm coming towards you, whoever you are. I hear somebody walking up and down this trail. Could you walk towards me? Oh my god! Holy shit! Oh my god! I'm sorry, you almost gave me a heart attack.
The footsteps were now much closer and more defined, yet as you can see in front of me, there is nothing but an empty void.
This time, louder footsteps can be heard again, coming from the darkness surrounding Ian. Ian eventually reaches the cemetery, where he spots a tombstone under a tree. He decides to call out, and then this happens.
Oh my gosh. This whole grave is in shambles. I'm sorry that your tombstone has been destroyed. What happened? Is it vandalized? Whoa. Okay, I just heard you.
At this moment, a woman's whisper intelligently responds to my question.
Holy crap.
As Ian asks if someone has vandalized the grave, a woman's voice can be heard whispering the word, yeah. Amazed by this, Ian decides to get out his K2 meter and ask further questions.
You don't have to be shy, ma'am. As I said, I'm just here to visit. I'm here with nothing but respect. I'm getting eaten up by mosquitoes right now. But that's okay. It's worth it. If I could just hear your voice one more time. Whoa. Thank you. Oh my gosh. I heard that.
Ian asks the woman to talk to him again, and she does. This time, she sounds like she says, "It's lonely here." Ian mentions that after conducting some research, he found out that the grave belongs to Vesta Black Davis, who passed away in 1875 and was buried there all on her own. Maybe that's why she was so keen to talk and replied with, "It's lonely here." Ian continues his investigation around the supposedly haunted cemetery. While he's looking at the graves, he hears footsteps again and decides to follow them.
Hello? I heard you walking again. I would really like to get to know you. Oh, it is so scary out here. You have no idea how freaky it is.
My infrared camcorder just captured this ethereal form drifting through the darkness.
What?
Could this be the same spirit that has been walking up and down this trail all throughout the night?
As Ian follows the footsteps, his static infrared camera captures a mysterious translucent figure moving behind him. But who or what is it? Ian comes across a tombstone which some people have said, quote, glows in the dark. And sure enough, he spots several glowing orbs floating around the grave. But then it gets even weirder.
Could you do that one more time? Oh, whoa, whoa! What the hell was that? Oh, whoa, whoa! Oh, whoa, whoa! Oh, whoa, whoa! That sounded like the fence. Did you just rattle this fence? If that was you, and you just rattled this fence, could you do it again? Whoa. Holy moly.
As Ian asks for more glowing orbs, the fence all of a sudden begins to rattle. Ian asks whatever is there to do it again, and bizarrely, the fence rattles again. Ian looks around and discovers the grave belongs to a little girl named Nanny. Ian continues asking questions at the grave, and things get a little bit creepy.
Is there anybody else that's buried here? Whoa, I just heard your voice. Could you say it once more? Dude, oh my god, I just heard you again! I just received an intelligent response from what sounds like a ghostly little girl, and now realize that there actually may be two spirits haunting this gravesite. Nanny Bickle, who passed away at the age of 5, and Ida Bickle, who passed away at age 7.
Ian asks if anyone else is buried there, and then the voice of a little girl can be heard whispering the name Ida. Ian discovers that Ida is Nanny's sister, buried in the neighbouring grave. Then later on, at around 3 AM, Ian decides to snap some photos at the grave, and what he captures astonished both him and his viewers.
Photo. Could you smile? Alright, I'm gonna count to 3, okay? And I want you to pose for this photo. 1, 2, 3. If you look at this photo closely, there appears to be 2 misty little girls staring into the camera from the gravesite. They both appear to be in their adolescence, have long hair, and dark beady eyes. In the photo taken afterwards, they are completely gone. I was already under the belief that Nanny and Ida's ghosts were in my presence. I now have photographic proof to back it up.
Ian decides to take photos of the grave where the little girls Nanny and Ida are buried, and captured in one of the photographs taken by Ian, we can see 2 ghostly apparitions of what looks like little girls standing behind the fence, staring right at Ian. And then, in the photo taken afterwards, the 2 ghostly figures are nowhere to be seen. Ian's viewers were amazed by this footage, convinced that everything Ian encountered at the Vicksburg Cemetery was 100% real paranormal evidence. Ian recounts his chilling encounter that night as, quote, 2 ghost girls in an old cemetery. But what do you think? Did Ian capture real paranormal activity on camera at this supposedly haunted cemetery? You tell me.
You betcha. He clearly did.
Many daredevils seek out haunted locations, but this next adventurer might have bitten off more than he could chew. YouTube explorer Omega decided to embark on a solo camping trip through New Zealand's eeriest site, its oldest abandoned train tunnel. A relic from 1893, the railway was meant to connect communities but fell victim to financial mishaps. Despite its potential, by the 1950s, all hopes were dismantled, leaving the tunnel a forgotten relic of history. But its dark corridors came to life once more when recently it became part of a cycling route. Armed with little more than his camera and his loyal dog Max for company, Omega sought to uncover the mysteries of this long abandoned tunnel. What you're about to see is their chilling experience.
Let's go back in. Here it is. Woo! Max! Oh,
gosh damn tripod. I hear some sort of tune out of it. Max, come here. Come here. Oh, shit. Max. Who's that? Who's that, Max? What the actual? Can you guys hear that? Oh. Max, where is it? I don't know if you guys can hear this on the camera, but there's something. What is that? What the?
No world.
Hello? What is that? Max, what is that? Hello? Is there somebody here? That's just creepy as... What the hell? Is anyone here? What is that? Oh! Max! Hurry up! Max! Max! Get
But he
Deep within the tunnel,
dog.
a chilling melody fills the air. Omega and Max follow the sound, curious to find its source. They stumble upon a child's toy, eerily playing Happy Birthday, but who placed it there in such a desolate spot? Omega calls out, hello, but gets no reply. Then, as he pans the camera round, his torchlight reveals something that made his blood turn cold. A creepy, humanoid figure can be seen standing motionless, peering out from one of the side tunnels.
This is not a humanoid. That looks like some scary, large, old man in a gray jumpsuit and maybe a trench coat. I don't know though. Was it because didn't dude pan around before? Like this guy wasn't there, I don't think, initially. I don't know. I don't know. But that dude looks pure human. Like there's a lot, you can see the color in his face. Now it's still, yeah, it could be like a skinwalker or something. I don't know, man. I don't know. But that is creepy that he's lurking there like that.
Just waiting and watching Omega and Max from the shadows. Omega and Max then flee in absolute fear. After witnessing the eerie presence in the shadows of the tunnel, Omega's viewers were left both bewildered and unsettled. The haunting image of that lurking figure has sparked countless speculations. While Omega managed to safely leave the tunnel's grasp, the question remains, who or what is this? And what were their or its intentions? Drop a comment below with your thoughts on this one. You can expect to hear some unusual sounds when you're out in the woods, but this was different. Louise from the YouTube channel Camper Vibe is no stranger to spending nights alone in the woods, yet nothing could have prepared her for the chilling encounter she was about to face. Unbeknownst to her, she'd chosen to set up camp in Derring Wood, Kent. These woods are infamously known as one of the most haunted places in the whole of the UK, and Louise's intended relaxing camp quickly turned into the most terrifying camping experience she'd ever had.
There is a lot of noises in these woods. Sounds like kids screaming. That's just a train. Is it a bird or is it kids screaming? Honestly, I've never known a woods with so many strange noises. It's not just your normal birds and stuff and planes. There's a lot of planes. There's like this weird... Oh, I don't really know how to describe it, but...
Trying to enjoy her night in the woods, Louise keeps being interrupted by strange noises. Having never experienced anything quite like this, an unsettling feeling began to creep over Louise. There was something distinctly off about these woods. As it turned out, her intuition was spot on.
Convinced there's been a person or persons. I've never wanted the morning to come as much as I do right now.
In the dead of night, someone or something can be heard walking around outside Louise's tent. The footsteps sound like 2 feet, walking heavily through the leaves right next to where she's sleeping, but then they all of a sudden stop, as if whatever is out there is standing still right outside her tent. For a while, it stays silent outside, but then something can be heard scratching her tent before it lets out a terrifying noise. After this, nothing happens for around an hour and 20 minutes when Louise is awoken again by noises. This time, fed up with whoever or whatever is outside, she plucks up the courage to take a look.
That's just the house. I didn't want to turn the light on earlier because I swear to God that was footsteps. That's just the house though. This is definitely the scariest night I've ever had in a tent.
Louise takes a look outside, but no one's there. Whatever was walking outside her tent seems to have disappeared, although it managed to disturb the crows. Louise, clearly scared by this terrifying encounter while solo camping in the woods alone, says that this was, quote, the most scared she's ever been while camping. And who can blame her? Can you imagine lying there in your tent, hearing footsteps circling you in the darkness, unsure if it's someone trying to play tricks or something far more unsettling? I'll ask you this, would you be able to endure a night like that, all alone in the darkness of the woods? Personally, I wouldn't dare.
No, sir. Not I.
This next scary video comes from the YouTube channel Pain Dice. Eric is disturbed by strange noises coming from another part of his house. He grabs his phone, hits record, and he goes to investigate.
No, yo creo que ya me voy a subir, banda, porque ya me está dando mucho miedo. La neta.
I think... No?
Ese mamón son unas manos. Ay, güey. Parecen como de niño pequeño.
As Eric is searching for the source of the strange sounds, he spots a pair of hands pressed against the glass. But whose are they? Eric calls out to whoever or whatever is on the other side of the glass, but he gets no reply. Eric turns off his light, and when he turns it back on, the hands have disappeared. However, moments later, they reappear, and then this happens.
What?
Hola?
It's...
¡Oh! ¡Tu madre! No mames.
Eric approaches with caution and the camera begins to glitch.
I wasn't
Then, when
ready
he
for
reaches
that.
out to touch the hands, a pale face with its mouth wide open appears right in front of him, and Eric runs for his life. YouTube viewers were left terrified by this video uploaded to the channel Payne Dice, with many suggesting that whoever or whatever this is a sinister presence, and that Eric needs to sell up and leave his house as soon as possible. But what do you think is going on here? Let me know your thoughts in the comments section.
But what about that made people think it was sinister? Like, it didn't do anything really, did it? I don't know. I don't know if I would have considered that sinister. Shocking or frightening for sure, but sinister, like, I don't know if I'm ready to make that judgment yet.
This next ghost video was recorded and uploaded to the YouTube channel Ghost23. Armed with nothing but his camera, Idol, the man behind the channel, braves the untamed wilderness of a Philippine jungle encircled by towering mountains in pursuit of something extraordinary, a waterfall. However, this isn't just any waterfall. Legend has it that this natural wonder is under the watchful eyes of an Encanto, a mythical nature spirit believed to inhabit the dense foliage and said to possess the ability to assume human form. This is what Idol found deep in the jungle.
Ooh, somebody standing there.
Wow, 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 wow.
Are they just staring at him?
Sino ka? Sino ka? Sino ka?
He didn't disappear, just walked away.
Sino ka po? Sino ba kayo? Hello? Sino yung nakakakita dito? Woo!
Just before nightfall, Idol spots a thin, human-like figure standing on a rock next to the water. The figure just stands there, motionless, possibly even watching Idol. Idol calls out, but it doesn't answer. Then, whoever or whatever it is just turns slowly before calmly stepping into the leaves and disappearing out of sight. Idol follows it as quickly as he can up the slippery slope, but the mysterious figure is nowhere to be seen. Commenters on this video believe Idol captured real footage of a ghost on camera, but what's your take? Is this a ghost caught on camera? And if not, how did it move so quickly up such a steep, wild slope? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments.
Man, I just feel like that could have been another person adventuring like him. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing about that said spirit to me. He just didn't want to be bothered, so he turned and walked away. He didn't move quickly at all. I don't know that. Well, that could have been something, an entity, not human. I don't know, man. Let me know what y'all think about that in the comments below. That one, I just didn't see anything that told me it wasn't a human standing there, not wanting to be bothered.
This next creepy video comes from the YouTube channel Unearthly Wanderings. During a regular Saturday live session, an unexpected moment caught the attention of both Julie and her fellow paranormal investigators. As they discussed their findings and experiences, they noticed something unusual happening with Terry's camera. What was meant to be a standard live stream between friends soon turned into an eerie moment they'd never forget.
I think.
Yeah.
Hear that?
And you're not touching anything, are you, Terry? Like, no. In and out. No. You're going in and out.
No, nothing.
You guys see me more clear than I see me on this thing. I got to turn off the light.
There. Oh, that's better.
Now you can see.
You got one on your nose, a dot on your nose.
Hold on.
Oh, that's
there.
Good.
Okay, everything's good.
And now that's in your mouth.
What?
Yeah, when you move your head, it went from your nose to in your mouth.
Did you spot it? Disturbingly, behind Terry's shoulder, a pair of fingers can be seen clasping onto her. The group notice it, but Terry is completely unaware. Realizing the gravity of what they might have witnessed, the team immediately convenes another meeting to show Terry what happened.
Okay, ready? Can you see that?
Yeah.
Now watch over your shoulder over here. Watch over your shoulder. Oh, God. Not yet. Wait.
What's that?
Hang
I'm
on.
getting the feels already. It's not even on yet.
Ready? There.
Look,
Look,
oh,
look at it.
What the hell is that?
I'm going to play it again. Hang on. That's so freaking creepy. Look at
Oh, my
it.
gosh. That's not even cool. I don't know. Like a spider or something, doesn't
Ready? Look
What
at it.
is that?
What the hell?
That's crazy, what I guys. saw. I don't know. That's unexplainable to me. That's I have no what I idea. saw.
Upon reviewing the footage, the spectral fingers are unmistakably present, leaving even Terry, who was at the epicenter of the mystery, at a loss for words. Terry candidly admits that the phenomenon was unexplainable to her. Unearthly Wanderings viewers are convinced that they witnessed a genuine paranormal event, but the question remains, what's your take on this? Share your thoughts in the comments below. These set of creepy clips come from TikTok, uploaded by Arash Afnan. Arash says he's been tormented in his own home by something sinister and decided to document and upload his encounters to the internet. This is what they showed.
No, this is different. What is with that mask?
A toy on the floor emits some kind of interference. Arash puts it on the table and walks away, but then another toy behind him makes a noise. This was only the beginning.
Papa, the best main dengan siapa tu?
Yang beli pergi masuk bilik.
Playing patty cake with nobody?
Assalamualaikum. Arash's child can be seen playing with another child. However, there were no other children in the house. Arash shouts, and the hands disappear, and when he rushes over to where the hands were seen, no one's there. In this next clip, Arash is in his kitchen when he's disturbed by noises coming from one of the cupboards.
Ooh.
Loud banging noises can be heard echoing off the cupboard door. Arash opens it up, but no one's in there. A bottle then mysteriously moves on its own, and then a hand appears to slide the door closed, while the sound of giggling can be heard. But where did it come from? This next clip, Arash is awoken by noises coming from his living room.
Dari tadi main ketuk-ketuk dengan selimut anak bersepah kat sini. Diam pula. Ketuklah lagi. Dubis ambil selimut dubis ni.
This time, the knocking can be heard coming from the cabinet under the TV, but when he opens it, there's nothing inside. Then, as he's leaving, another noise like a child's voice makes him turn, and suddenly, in the middle of the room, something that looks like a child is standing with the blanket over its head. That wouldn't be the last time it would use the blanket to show itself.
Come on, man.
Dubis! Masuk!
Arash finds his child sat in front of whatever is hiding under the blanket. Arash calls his son over, but he refuses and just sits there looking menacingly at Arash. Then, when Arash runs over, a voice can be heard saying, and the blanket falls to the ground. However, later that evening, the activity continues.
Dubis, kenapa Dubis selalu main dengan dia tu? Hah?
Kalau Papa nak tahu, Papa bukan sini dia.
Arash and his son find the blanket standing on the sofa. He walks right up to it and pulls the blanket off, but there's nothing under it. On another night, Arash's son decides to record a selfie video when something creepy happens.
Yo. Out of the washer?
Something with long dark hair appears to pop up out of the washing machine before quickly ducking back down. Arash's son goes to look, but he can't see it. Terrified, he yells for his mother. In this next clip, Arash finds his son acting rather strange.
Hey Dubis, kenapa duduk bawah meja? Siapa pasang TV kuat tu? Hah?
How you drag your son?
Jom Dubis, jom.
Arash finds his son under the dining table. He tells him to be quiet and points up to the top of the table. Arash checks what his son was saying, and then a child's hand quickly grabs the doll off the table. But it couldn't have been his son's hand, as he hasn't moved. He tells his child to get out from under the table, but then a terrifying screeching noise prompts his son to repeat his first instructions, and the video ends there. On another night, Arash is awoken by noises again. He grabs his phone and goes to investigate.
Is that a hand on the TV? That's a hand on it.
In the middle of the night, whistling can be heard in the living room. Then suddenly, a child's hand reaches up over the TV before disappearing. Arash runs to look, but there's nothing there. In this next clip, the whistling would lure him again.
Come on, they playing with you. Stop. She playing with you. Whoa, what kind of sound was that?
A creepy figure can be seen standing behind the curtain. Arash steps closer, and when he pulls the curtain back, there's nothing behind it. In this final clip, Arash hears noises coming from his kitchen.
She is toying with him. Ooh!
Wailing noises can be heard coming from the kitchen. Arash approaches with caution, and then something with long dark hair can be seen peeking out from behind the fridge. It then quickly slips away out of sight. Arash checks where it just was, but finds nothing. Then the hair appears, and it makes the creepiest sound ever. TikTok viewers were left scared to go to sleep after seeing these scary videos uploaded by Arash Afnan. Many viewers speculate that the extensive activity Arash is experiencing is the result of a malevolent entity. However, others argue that Arash is simply just a genius at editing and staged the whole thing. But what do you think? Is Arash being haunted by something sinister, or is it all just for views? You tell me.
I'm not gonna give him that much credit. I don't think.
This next scary video was uploaded to YouTube by user Damien Black. The video was captured in Emerson County, USA, where strange sightings of shadowy creatures were first reported by locals back in 1957. This footage was on a camera that was found deep in the woods and turned into local authorities in 1997, just 2 miles from where the sightings of shadow beings were reported. Nobody knows who the camera belongs to, and nobody ever stepped forward to claim it.
Do you see that? Over there, look, over there. You see that?
What the hell?
It kind of gives me like Predator vibes, how it goes invisible, but you can still kind of like, that's what it's reminding me of. My question is, if nobody ever claimed this camera, how did Damien Black get the footage to be able to upload it? Like, wouldn't it still be in evidence or something?
Wait, that, because that was it again, right there.
And then that would also mean, since nobody claimed it, something might have happened to this man and this woman whose voices we can hear on the video, right?
Wait.
I don't like this.
You see that? Right there. Look.
Oh my god.
That is giving me straight up Predator
It's not an
vibes.
animal. I don't like it.
Okay, fuck. Go. Fuck.
The person recording hears something to the right of him. He pans the camera in that direction, and a strange, translucent figure can be seen moving between the trees. Then, moments later, another figure appears. This one lets out a terrifying scream and the hikers make a run for it. The screams can be heard getting closer and the person holding the camera suddenly falls to the floor. The video then ends there shortly afterwards. YouTube viewers have been left terrified by this creepy video, prompting hundreds of people to share their similar experiences. User RavenWDA007 says, "I've had contact with these things twice. It was during sleep paralysis, but then I get wide awake and I can still see them. I had one pull me down the bed when I was the age of about 9, and just a couple of weeks ago, one sat on my bed. I could feel the bed move and where the indent was." And user Sharad Triyama goes ahead and says, "Shadow people are real. I have seen one." There are hundreds of comments just like these on this video, with people saying they've experienced similar scary encounters while out in the woods or at home. Damien Black claims that this creepy footage was archived by Sheriff Dennis Bostwick and that he, Damien, managed to get his hands on it. But what do you think? Is this found footage video evidence of shadow figures lurking in the woods, or is Damien making it all up? You tell me. In the heart of Japan, there lies a house shrouded in whispers and shadows. Is the real-life setting for the haunting tale of Ju-on, or The Grudge to Western audiences? Legend tells of a spirit consumed by rage and sorrow that lurks within, waiting to curse anyone bold enough to step through its doors. Most steer clear of the Ju-on house, fearing its grim reputation. Yet, a man braved its eerie halls, night vision camera in hand, determined to uncover the truth behind the lore. Shockingly, after this daring exploration, the man vanished without a trace. What we have now is the chilling footage discovered on an abandoned memory card and uploaded to the YouTube account JPH88. Brace yourself to witness the last moments of this man's harrowing journey.
The hell was that? Why does it keep jumping like that? Ooh.
While the man's investigating upstairs, the door to the room he's in suddenly slams shut behind him. The man's stunned, and it takes him a few moments to find the courage to open the door.
I'm assuming clearly that was faked, but that's still scary as hell. And I feel like if it was real, YouTube wouldn't have allowed that to get posted or to stay up if it's showing someone being unalived. But that's still kind of creepy, man. That was still kind of creepy.
Door. When he finally does, he looks out into the hallway, but can't see anything. However, all of a sudden, the head of someone or something with long dark hair can be seen slowly climbing up the stairs. It looks at him and the camera glitches. The man is terrified and takes cover behind the wall, After a short while, he cautiously approaches the door. At first, it looks like nobody's there, but then a figure with long dark hair and a white dress, eerily reminiscent of the Grudge, appears and creepily moves towards the man and then attacks him. The aftermath is unclear, but many speculate that the vengeful spirit of the Ju-On got to him. For a short while, the man lies there with his night vision camera tilted towards the door, and what it captured is nothing short of creepy. A figure with long dark hair can be seen creepily peeking its head around the door, watching the man as he's laying there. Paralysed and unable to move, the man can only be heard whimpering as the figure horrifyingly peeks in. This creepy video has terrified YouTube viewers ever since it was uploaded to the account JPH88, with many agreeing with user Jacob Duran 8997 that this gives me chills like you wouldn't believe. I normally don't get them with videos like this, so that usually means there is some kind of truth behind it. The noises the entity was making, her eyes glowing in night vision, and the weird noise the cameraman was making, looks and sounds, all too real to be fabricated. But what do you think? Did this man encounter the notorious Grudge spirit inside the infamous Ju-On house? You tell me. Thank you so much for watching today's video. If you're a fan of scary...
That last one seems so fake to me, but still so scary at the same time. Like, it didn't make sense for me. I don't need to justify why it was fake, but it didn't make sense to me. You sit there hiding around the corner in this room, right? You see the head stick up over the banister at first, then you duck back, then you slowly come out looking around the corner. But why not get the hell out of there? Like, when you first saw it peek up over the banister, clearly that was a tall woman. But when you first saw its head peek up over the banister, run some damn where, get out. You know, man. But that was the first video, y'all. We are, where are we at? Almost 3 hours in just from the first video. I've been talking way too much. But next video, it's an hour long. It is Nuke's top 2 scariest ghost videos of the year. And this year it was 3 years ago. 2022, I believe. So 2022 or 2021. Yeah, 2021. This video had 15 million views. So we're gonna hop into this one next. And let's see what we can get out of Nuke. Play, damn it. There we go.
Turn off the lights and go full screen, because it's the top 20 scariest ghost videos of the year. Get Out. YouTube user Veronica Shannon says that she has been experiencing a terrifying haunting in her apartment. After hearing and seeing strange things around her home, she installed multiple security cameras. Things start out simply enough, Her cameras pick up some strange light anomalies and a few odd sounds.
Sit behind a couch. Named your dog Capone?
But then, seemingly after Veronica starts paying more attention to the bizarre incidents and telling friends about them, things get a bit more intense. Her 2 young sons start waking up terrified and screaming every night at around 3 a.m. And things get even weirder.
What the hell?
Twice they catch some odd apparition that seems to appear near the door whenever someone arrives or leaves the apartment. It's almost as if the spirit just doesn't want someone new there. One night, Shane, Veronica, and another friend decide to conduct their own informal sort of seance. It doesn't go well.
Do you need help? Are you stuck here?
Move the camera if you need help.
Oh my god. Oh my.
Are you in the boys' room?
Shut up. Don't be...
If something bad happens.
Scared to walk in the dark and look very place. I'm not even moving it.
You finally moved? This door's stuck.
Get the fuck out of here.
As Shane asks if the ghost is now in the boys' room, the children immediately start crying their eyes out. But then, when they rush to the door, something is preventing them from opening it. They have to break down the door to get inside to the crying boys. You can check out more of Veronica's story and videos over on her YouTube channel, Veronica Shannon.
Oh my god. I have a mixture of feelings right now. So that camera, it sounded like it was one of those, like you could control the way it moves, and like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's not a stationary, it could turn. I feel like that last clip, that last scene, she's on her phone. She's just making that shit move on its own, or move as she says it. But I don't know, part of me still believes that was real. The kids almost on cue start screaming. I wish he would have got up and actually tried to break in or showed us breaking in the door and how they couldn't open it. That would have meant a lot more, I think. I don't know, man. That has me thinking.
Catalina. So everyone has heard of the Bloody Mary party game and the Charlie Charlie challenge. But this next video features an odd supernatural game that I've never heard of before. 2 girls are gathered in front of a creepy doll. Each time they recite a line,
you know it's bad when it's involving a doll. Y'all know how I feel about dolls. I'm gonna make t-shirts with a doll and the damn circle with the line through it that says no.
they light a candle at the doll's feet. And it didn't go well.
Mate, ¿verdad? Dice que da miedo. Nada, son bacanas. Apura, mira, ya estoy grabando. Mi abuelita dice, harto miedo le tienen, apagar la luz. Mi hermana ha visto un ritual con sus amigos, dice que harto miedo da. No creo. ¿Verdad? Vas a ver. Apura, prende la vela, prende la vela. Ya, 1, 2, 3. Catalina, Catalina, vuelve a la vida. Lo que el diablo te da, el diablo te quita. Catalina, Catalina, vuelve a la vida. Lo que el diablo te da, el diablo te quita. En nombre del demonio, manifiéstate hoy aquí.
What is wrong with these retards? I'm not even going to recite this nonsense they're saying, but why? What? Make this make sense.
Y en este día, en nombre del demonio, manifiéstate hoy, aquí y en este día. ¿Ves? Cállate, versos. Espérate un rato.
Now, this video was sent in by a viewer who says she found it on a random Spanish language website. I searched for the source or even a mention of this Catalina ritual that the girls are doing, but nothing showed up. So I leave it to you to decide. Is this a haunted doll caught on camera? Or is it all just an elaborate hoax? You decide.
I mean, if it was a hoax, how did they make the doll move on its own like that?
And consequences. This next clip was sent in by Nuke's Top 5 viewer Sarah Baranski. Now, this video is shrouded in a bit of mystery in that I just can't seem to find the original video. And Sarah, who submitted the video, says that she's also searched all over for the original clip with no luck. So, the story goes that apparently the woman in the video was working the overnight cleaning shift in an old empty house. She claimed that she regularly experienced absolutely terrifying paranormal encounters during her nightly shift. But no one believed her. So, one night after being challenged by her friends, she went to the house, left off all the lights, and live streamed the whole thing to her friends on Snapchat.
Right, I'm going to go open this door now. And you see some shadows, but that is me putting my phone in my other arm. Right. Ah! What? God. Sounds like there's something in that bedroom. Sometimes it opens the door for you. Emma, if you're in there, can you open my door, please? That's the attic. That must have top of the stairs. Keep. Come on, Kelly, you've been in here 1,000 times. Come on. I'm gonna go into Philip's bedroom now.
What happened?
Now I want to go back down now. I want to go back down now, seriously, and I dare twatting move. Hello? I'm sorry for camera checking, but it's big mistake this doing this cleaning at night. Stupid mistake. Right, I'm coming back to the stairs. I don't. F***ing hell! Oh God! Oh mum! Oh, I don't want my mum because she's an ass. But there you go. Come on, I'm gonna man up now. Well, not man up because I'm a woman. I'm gonna woman up now. Come on. Can anybody hear what I can hear? Can you hear it, Chris? That's it. Hold on, let me go. All right, just leave me alone for 5 till I get downstairs, please. Just leave me alone. Somebody's just said something to me. Who's on? Oh, I'm going to shit myself. What? Right, I'm coming out, wherever you are. This isn't funny no more. This is not funny. Off. Right, I've just shut door. Bed, I'm going to sit on the bed. I daren't move. Oh! I want to go down. What the was that? Eileen, I hope you're hearing this and that. Anne-Marie, I hope you're all watching this and that swearing. I can hear tapping in that cupboard. I don't know where. Oh, I don't know where to go. I'm right. I'm going to go on to landing. Oh. What the hell? All right, I think I've had enough. I want to go down. Right, I'm gonna watch, because I'm gonna kick the f***ing teddy back. Water's running in bathroom.
Now, everything that's taking place in the video is bizarre enough, but what happens next is downright chilling.
That's it. I've shit it. I'm going. I'm just gonna ask the little girl that's in the little bedroom. Emma, I'm sorry for shouting, sweet. Will you open the door for me, please? I have just seen something. Right, that's it. I'm off down. I can't take no more. I am off frigging down. The things I do for you lot.
The woman calls out to a little girl ghost named Emma that allegedly haunts one of the rooms. No response. But there's a bang from a different bedroom, and when she turns, this. It looks like some pale figure that actually reflects the light is now standing at the doorway, but it quickly ducks back inside the room. And with this, the woman has had enough. She ends her live stream and just gets out of there. So, what do you think? Did this late night cleaner catch proof of her ghostly encounter on her Snapchat live stream? Or is it all just an elaborate hoax? You decide. If you see a video that you think would be perfect for the top 5, or if you have a ghost hunting channel and you caught something great, contact me at nukestop5@gmail.com. Meanwhile, on TikTok user Sabrina C. Coven claims that her apartment has a history of strange occurrences. Doors open and close on their own, and drawers slide open when no one is around. Then one night, Sabrina captures something absolutely shocking on her CCTV camera. At 5:41 in the morning, Sabrina's cat is quietly walking through the living room when this happens. It almost looks as if Sabrina's cat is thrown into the air and then dragged into the dining room. The cat violently hisses as though it's being attacked, and the other pets become very disturbed as well. Then a chair seems to move from under the table all on its own. Sabrina is woken up by the commotion and checks to see what happened. Luckily, all of her pets are unharmed, but when Sabrina looks at the CCTV footage, she is baffled. Sabrina says that it would have been absolutely impossible for this particular cat to leap into the air like that. Because you see, this cat is actually missing one of its legs. So, what do you think could have happened to Sabrina's cat? Let me know down in the comments. Catch 'em all on camera. Zach from the YouTube channel Catch 'em All Fishing has a channel dedicated to fishing and catching reptiles. Nothing creepy or nothing paranormal whatsoever. At least until this recent video. In the video, Zach is exploring an undisclosed location that he calls, quote, an abandoned underground city. He says that he is trying to find and capture a python, as the large snakes are drawn to warm, wet places like this. As he enters the dark building, he immediately feels like he's not alone.
So, before I get too deep in here, just want to let you all know I'm looking for snakes right now, for pythons. And honestly, I feel like I shouldn't be in here. It's really creepy in here. And it's really big. Hello?
As he explores the dark underground building, Zach is a little jumpy, and it turns out he has reason to be.
Dude.
Zach hears strange moans coming from somewhere down the winding underground hallways. He decides to hide, thinking there might be someone else in there with him. Someone up to no good.
Wish me luck, guys. I gotta shut off my light. I don't know what's going on. The voices stopped. The voices stopped, guys. What the?
Eventually, the voices stop, and Zach decides to make a break for it, leaving the underground tunnel system behind. But later, when Zach reviews his footage, he realizes that he caught something absolutely terrifying in one of his camera shots.
It's leaking outside from somewhere. What? Hello?
The bizarre figure of a pale man seems to be staring at Zach from the darkness. Zach claims that he didn't even see the figure until he reviewed his footage later. However, he says that throughout his entire exploration, he felt like someone was following behind him. So, is this strange pale figure a ghost caught on camera? Or was there just some creepy person stalking Zach throughout the tunnels. You decide. You can watch Zach's full video on his YouTube channel, Catch 'em All Fishing. Burn after reading. This next video was recorded by a Jordanian ghost hunter that I've never featured before, named Mahmoud. In the clip, he's investigating an abandoned building that is said to be home to a powerful curse. As Mahmoud explores, he begins to find old crumpled pieces of paper inside the cupboards, but he pays them no mind. However, it seems almost as if someone or something is watching him as he explores the house's cabinets.
شايفين شيء يا اخوان؟ بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
And when he checks his footage later, he finds that there might have been yet another paper on a higher cabinet shelf that he couldn't reach. And this one almost seems to move on its own.
ما اعرف شو فيها. شايفين ايش انتو؟ انا مش شايف صراحة.
And then, this is where things become truly bizarre. Mahmoud finds a bright red paper inside one cabinet and decides to see what it is.
شو في هون؟ بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. شو هذا؟ انسان يا اخوان. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. خلينا نفتحه. كثير يصير. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بسم الله. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. الرحمن الرحيم. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. والله ما بضل. والله ما بضل ولا دقيقة. من دخلت.
As he lays down the paper to examine it, the very floor beneath him seems to burst into flame. He makes a quick run for it. Later, when Mahmoud examines the strange paper that he found inside the house, he finds a series of strange symbols in an odd, indecipherable language. So did Mahmoud find an actual curse scribbled on pieces of paper spread throughout the house? Or is it just an elaborate hoax? You decide. You can check out Mahmoud's full video and his other ghost explorations over on his YouTube channel. A Cry from Beyond. Back in the 1960s, the sad story of teenager Sylvia Likens was perhaps one of the most tragic events ever to occur in Indianapolis, Indiana. Now, I won't go into the grisly details of the case, but suffice to say, Sylvia Likens met a horrible fate, sometimes imprisoned in her own home's basement. Sylvia finally lost her life, and the house remains abandoned. In this video, YouTuber Carlos Coy 135 and a friend are investigating the Indianapolis home where Sylvia met her tragic fate. Even though the pair don't notice it, things get a bit bizarre almost immediately. The house is empty, but this.
This is a freaky ass house.
Did you see it? When the video is slowed down, you can see that it looks like the curtains on the far left window are pushed back, as if someone is taking a look outside. But the house is supposed to be empty. As they walk around the outside of the home, their camera catches another strange anomaly.
What was the basement like? Where
Viewers say that it looks almost as if some misty white shape is peeking from the window and then rapidly ducks back inside. But this is when things get truly bizarre. The guys check out the basement where Sylvia Likens was imprisoned for much of her time in the house.
This is the basement where the little girl was tortured. Dude, come here. This is freaky. As you can see, this is what the basement looked like. That's oh hell no, this picture is serious too. Dude,
I bet I didn't realize my mic was off. I wasn't saying nothing important, y'all.
Swear to God.
As they walk away from the basement window, well, just listen closely and see what you hear.
There's a picture of the stairs.
Now, some claim that they can actually hear screams for help coming from the basement. Here's the clip again with subtitles revealing what many viewers say they hear.
There's a picture of the stairs.
So I tried to boost the audio by isolating certain frequencies, but since all speakers and headphones reproduce sound so differently, this may sound better or possibly worse, according to your speakers. So, does Sylvia Likens' ghost haunt this home? Or are viewers seeing and even hearing things that just aren't there? You decide.
I think people are seeing and hearing what they want to hear. Like, definitely sounded like a scream. Somebody screamed help after the fact, but I didn't hear the somebody help me part when they first started walking away from the basement steps or whatever. And then it was hard to understand or hear anything with them talking and the sound of the wind blowing the way it was into the mic too. So, but I wouldn't doubt if that place was haunted or inhabited by her ghost.
The Watcher in the Window. Hurst Castle in Hampshire, England was established in the early 1500s, and over its grim 500-year history, it served as a formidable English military fort. It was also sometimes used as a prison to hold convicts sentenced to death. So it goes without saying that the castle has seen some dark and bloody times. Many visitors claim to have seen ghosts and shadows in its haunted hallways, including the spirit of a long-dead monk. Paranormal investigator Tony Ferguson has explored the haunted Hurst Castle many times, and on each visit, he seems to capture something more and more terrifying. On this particular visit, Tony brings along fellow investigator Paul Sissel. The two men split up to explore the castle all alone. But for Paul Sissel, it didn't go well. Paul says that he felt as if he were out of control, possessed by the spirit of some angry entity from the castle. As Tony and Paul continue exploring, they say that they feel a strange and very powerful energy in one particular room. A small castle alcove with one creepy little window that seems to open to nothing. On his next visit, Tony comes alone, determined to investigate this tiny little room and see if he catches any paranormal activity. He sets up a camera to record and ends up capturing something horrific.
Oh, wait, somebody there. Wearing a white t-shirt.
When Tony reviews his footage later, he is shocked to see a small dark figure with glowing eyes standing at the window in the small Hurst Castle room. Now, you might think that this could simply be a person standing outside the window.
Right.
But it turns out that that would be impossible. You see, behind this window there is only a small gap and then concrete. The area behind this window was completely closed off with bricks and cement long ago. So then the question is, who Or what is this? You decide. Haunted Holiday. Now this next clip is just completely random and bizarre. It's not from some old creepy haunted house or any place that would even seem remotely spooky. This video was actually recorded by a Nuke's Top 5 viewer at a random Holiday Inn hotel room in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. So, a little girl sets up a camera to record herself unboxing her new necklace. And then, everything just goes wrong. In an instant, a bunch of bananas in the hallway randomly fly off the shelf, the door lurches shut, and strangest of all, the bathroom sink turns on full blast all by itself. The little girl in the recording told her family, and they found this when they checked the camera. So is this a haunted Holiday Inn? Is it a hoax? And if it is a hoax, why does this little girl's startled reaction seem 100% real? Let me know what you think.
All right, so excuse me. All right, so rock with me for a minute. Part of me feels like, and maybe this is just because I'm looking for it, I feel like this is staged. All right. This little girl is just a really good actor. Now, hold on. Watch this.
And then everything just goes wrong.
All right. She's going to walk in. Now, the bananas I can't explain. I can't explain the bananas. Now here, to me, it looks like she's using her right leg to kick the door closed behind her. Right? See right there, it kind of looked like she kicked it and then you can't see what her hand's doing, so she could have easily just turned that shit on herself. I could be very wrong, but that's what it looked like to me. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below about that. Do you think this little girl is just a good actress and staged this whole scene? Like, I'm assuming it's a phone. Why is this phone posted up in the bathroom on the sink, I assume, pointing at this mirror for her to, you know what I'm saying? Like, it seems very staged to me.
Doors. Over on the popular Pakistani ghost hunting channel Wo Kia Ta, the team investigates a farmhouse that is allegedly haunted by a spirit or demon. While investigating, they begin to hear an odd sound coming from inside one of the empty rooms.
अंदर से आवाजें बड़ी अजीब सी आ रही हैं, जैसे कोई बच्चे हों। अंदर क्या है ये? आवाज आई? हाँ। इस रूम से तो नहीं ना अभी तक कुछ हुआ? पता नहीं इस रूम में क्या आवाज आ रही है। ये रूम नहीं है। इसको देखें तो शहरी में खोल के अंदर के हालात देखिए यार।
The bathroom?
ये है क्या बाथरूम? हालात चेक करें अंदर के यार। इधर कॉर्नर में है, इधर कॉर्नर में है कुछ। क्या कॉर्नर में कुछ बैठा हुआ है यार? हाँ। शायद मेरे मोबाइल पे रिकॉर्ड हुआ है।
One of the explorers claims he saw something lurking in the corner of the room. When they check his phone footage, this. Gathering their courage, they head into the room to investigate.
भी नहीं है यार, इस जगह बैठी हुई थी। इसी जगह वहाँ से बिल्कुल इस जगह पे छोटा सा था उसका कद यार, ऐसे ऐसे नीचे बैठी हो ना।
Something seems to try to lock them inside the room. And then things really get weird.
It's weird already.
यार उस कॉर्नर में वहां से जो जगह
वही चौधरी आप कह रहे थे कि
मैं कह रहा हूँ दरवाजा यार ये
जैसे पहले सर नीचे करके देख रहे थे ना,
हड्डी पे लगी है।
Something violently shoves open the door, slamming right into the investigator's arm. Later, when they watch their footage of the incident back, they find something that chills them. So did the Wokiata team catch a real ghost or demon on camera? Or is it all just an elaborate hoax? You decide. You can watch Wokiata's full investigation of the haunted farmhouse over on their channel. Come hell or high water. The popular YouTuber TechRax has been testing the durability of technology for years, especially the Samsung Galaxy series and the Apple iPhone. On his channel, you can watch these phones get destroyed in pretty much every way imaginable. He drops them from extreme heights, he crushes them with cars, shocks them with tasers, pounds them with hammers, there's hot knives, gas torches, and even a lawnmower. You name it, and TechRax has probably thrown an iPhone at it. However, when testing the durability of his brand new iPhone 11 Pro, things take an unexpected turn. He travels 7 hours to an isolated spot in the Nevada desert. He plans to drop the iPhone 11 into a 50-foot deep hot spring named Diana's Punch Bowl. For unknown reasons, this hot spring is also known by the name the Devil's Cauldron.
And we made it to the location, guys. I apologize in advance if it's super windy. We're basically in the middle of this desert. I want to show you guys the rig of what exactly is going to go on first before I even show you the hole. Now I want to show you guys the actual hole. So as I'm walking close, just a couple steps here. Pretty crazy, guys. You can see there's steam coming straight out of this water. It's supposed to be about 140 to 180 degrees Fahrenheit, so you will burn yourself if you try like taking a dip in here, but it's super sick, literally in the middle of nowhere.
Now, the first time TechRax drops his recording iPhone into the extremely hot water, the phone comes out fine and the footage shows nothing particularly strange. But the second time he drops his phone into the Devil's Cauldron, things get a little weird. When he reviews the footage later, he's shocked by what he finds. TechRax says he has no idea what could have caused this strange underwater screaming, especially since his first recording didn't pick up any odd sounds at all. So, just what do you think this strange sound from the Devil's Cauldron could be? Let me know down in the comments. You can watch this full video as well as Techrak's examination of the footage over on his YouTube channel. Followed home. Over on the YouTube channel Ashes to Ashes, Dave and his brother Chris explore abandoned and sometimes supposedly haunted houses. In this investigation of a woman who says that she has been haunted by an evil entity that has followed her for most of her life, the guys pick up a very strange EVP.
Who's here? Get busy.
You too?
Yep. Is there anything that would like to, Is there anything that would like to, Is there anything that would like to, I'm gonna ask you to give us a sign up here.
A creepy little voice seems to say, "Go with him." And Dave says that he thinks the evil entity in the house might have done just that. Since the investigation, he's heard sounds and voices in his home, especially in one particular hallway. And then, one day, his dog begins to act very strange.
Who is it? Who is it? Who's that? Who is it? Who's down there? I'll show you that there's nobody in the hall.
Who is? Yo.
Who is it?
Did you see it?
Yeah. In that room. Yeah.
I'll show you that there's nobody in the hall. Who is it?
Some odd thing with pointy ears seems to be hiding around the edge of a door. And note that when Dave swings his camera back around, whatever it was is now gone. You can watch all of Ashes to Ashes Paranormal Investigations over on their YouTube channel.
I feel like if that was staged, the dog, I don't know, I can't even say that honestly. It wouldn't act that way if it knew the person. My dogs still lose their minds when my mom walks in, but they're not like, you know what I mean, paranoid or jittery or scared around her. They're just overly excited and will bark non-fucking stop and want all the love. But that's weird, man. Oh, that's weird.
First ghost hunt, last ghost hunt. Reddit user Manda Burke and her husband were exploring the haunted Hillview Manor, an old mental asylum located in Newcastle, Pennsylvania. They had bought tickets as part of a ghost hunting tour group. Manda says they walked around, checked the EVP meters supplied by the tour company, but nothing much happened. Then
I'm like an hour or so away from Newcastle. I wonder if they still do these tours, because not that I actually want to, but I kind of want to. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to have to check on that.
Then they began to hear an odd shuffling sound at the end of one of the halls, but they thought nothing of it at the time. Then, suddenly from the end of the hall, they heard running footsteps charging towards them. Manda says that the whole event was one of the scariest things she's ever experienced. Now, I should note that I don't usually show videos without some visible or audible evidence of the supernatural. But looking at the reaction of this group and seeing just how hard and painful those falls look, I think this is pretty compelling evidence that something came down that hall. But as always, you decide. Deconstruction. This next clip is from a Chinese ghost hunter named Xiao Long, who broadcasts his investigations live on a Chinese streaming service. Xiao Long and his friend are exploring an abandoned building that is said to be haunted by the ghost of a construction worker who lost his life while working on the building. As they begin their investigation, creepy things start to happen immediately.
都能上楼吗？ 咋的了？我操！我操！刚才看着好像鸡巴干活的。你滚他妈了个逼的！真的。哎，搁哪呀？就那样走过去了。
One of the explorers swears that he saw a worker dressed in construction clothes walk through the lobby downstairs, but his friend doesn't seem to believe him. He shrugs it off and they continue their investigation.
这屋里进不了，进不了，别进！哎！哎呦我操你妈的！哎呦我操！ 操你妈！这上面全鸡巴那啥，正好我摆驴子呢。我操你妈！哎呦我咋来了？我操你妈！厕所里有人！在啊！在哪呢？我操你妈！搁这！哎！我操你妈！不对呀！ 你咋的了？你咋的里头点儿？啊
Look at his face. That is terror. That is pure terror. But the other dude thinks he's just trying to play a trick on him or scare him or something. But look at this dude's face and see the horror in his eyes.
我操你妈！
Again, the same explorer claims to have seen someone, but again, his friend thinks he's just being hysterical. Now, before we go any further, I should point out that unlike the Saudi Arabian ghost hunters who pray to ward off evil spirits, the Chinese believe that cursing and acting angry will scare away evil ghosts and demons. And you'll see what I mean.
Interesting.
我操你妈的！哎，我操你妈呀！我操你妈！哎哎！
Got red hair.
我操你妈！哎哎！ 哎，我操！我在那屋，我操你妈！你叫啥？哎，我操！咋的？操你妈！有人那屋，死人了！那屋有人！我告诉你有人！操你妈！有人！出来！有啊！真有人！哎呦我操我！你过来！就是他！我操你妈！出来！ 操你妈的！谁？我操！哎呦我操你！你过来！ 你们哭我以后怎么不敢去？出来！操你妈谁呀？是这屋吗？谁？出来！哎！我操！我操你妈！你出来！我操你妈的！门后边是吧？出来！
And yet again, one of the explorers sees what looks like a man in a red hard hat peering from behind a door.
It's a hard hat?
This time, he even manages to capture it on camera. But yet again, his friend doesn't believe him. That is, until everything suddenly takes a terrifying turn.
Ah! 我操你妈！我去你妈的！你妈！回来！操你妈的！操你妈了个逼！我去
I'm telling you, that would be me though. Fell in a hole?
告你别他妈跑！
He said, damn man, I'm out.
As they make their escape, the building seems to be crashing down all around them. One of them falls right through an open hole in the floor. Luckily, they eventually manage to make it outside the building to safety. So, what do you think? Did they catch extreme footage of an angry construction worker ghost on their live stream? Or is it all just an elaborate hoax? You decide. Frozen with fear. Years ago, Tyler Rowe worked in a Kroger grocery store in Powell, Tennessee. He claims that every morning at exactly 9:02 a.m., the staff witnessed this at the warehouse freezer door.
Freezers better not rest. Here it comes. Is there a light? Is there a light in here? And there's nothing in here. There's nothing, nobody, anything. It's just open.
Tyler says that it was every morning like clockwork. At 9:02 a.m., there was banging on the warehouse freezer, and then the door would swing open on its own. But there was no one inside.
Here it comes.
So 2 months ago, someone named Emily claimed in the video's comments that she currently worked at the same Kroger grocery store, and that the strange occurrence still happened, even though the store had recently replaced the freezer door. She says that the freezer door still slams open and closed, all on its own. Meanwhile, on TikTok, Andy Sauces Kahamase is trying to record a video for TikTok when he spots something truly chilling.
Right? Oh, hell no.
The face of a little girl seems to be peeking out at Andy from behind his wardrobe. However, when Andy checks the area, no one there. Not only is there no one in the space, but Andy demonstrates in a follow-up video how no one could have even been sitting in this narrow area to begin with.
Clearly.
Voy a aclarar, algunos youtubers que en esta parte de aquí atrás, en esta parte, sí hay un espacio, pero un espacio donde cae mi puño. Y aquí, supuestamente fue donde apareció la cabeza. Lo malo que esta huevadita, este troperito aquí, es bien pesado.
So, what do you think? Is this the ghost of a little girl, or is it just a very good fake? Let me know down in the comments.
That's a ghost.
The Watcher in the Window. Over on the YouTube ghost hunting channel, The Haunted Side, lead investigator Patrick and his cameraman Jason are investigating the supposedly very haunted Cleanwater Demon House in Reno, Nevada. According to local legend, many people have lost their lives in the house, and the property is said to have been home to occult activity for years. As Patrick and Jason investigate, they experience many strange occurrences.
Region.
Oh, I got dizzy there for a second.
Home. Central.
Oh, it's so cold right here.
Yeah, it just got real cold.
Oh. Who's in here?
Ambition.
Oh, God.
Jesus.
Atlet.
As Patrick says, "Who's in here?" without even noticing, he picks up a small voice, almost like a child, whispering, "Me."
Who's in here? What the f? What the f? Footsteps right above us.
The guys hear bizarre noises from upstairs and head up to investigate. As they are checking out the upper floor, some truly creepy thing happening on the floor below.
If you walk closer to this machine right here, it'll let us know that you're there. Can you come just a little bit closer? Ooh, yeah. Did you see that?
After reviewing the footage, we could find no explainable reason that bike should have fallen over, so we decide to regroup and head back upstairs.
Upstairs EVP session. Is there somebody up here with me? Whoa! Dude.
Was that you?
No.
What the f?
But throughout the whole investigation, there's something even more chilling going on. Something that the guys don't even realize.
I don't know what it is about that staircase, but it just doesn't feel good.
Ooh, what's all that?
What was that?
What?
Patrick catches an unexplained shadow figure looming in a doorway, as if staring out at them. Even more bizarre, they have a second camera filming inside, and as you can see, there's no one there.
Feel good. What was that?
What?
I don't think that was a shadow. It was on the other side of that window.
But it gets even creepier. They don't realize it, but this strange dark figure seems to be watching over them throughout their investigation.
I'm gonna move the volume down like a smidgen. Just tell me when.
Okay.
When it's not feeding back like that. Smidgen. Just tell me when it's not feeding back like that.
What's especially creepy about this figure is it appears there and then a second later disappears from that window.
To watch The Haunted Side's full 2-part investigation of the Cleanwater Demon House, as well as their other weekly paranormal investigations, check out their YouTube channel. It follows. Nuke's top 5 viewer MK1 worked overnight security at a brewery. He says that one of his co-workers always claimed to experience spooky occurrences around the factory, but MK1 never believed him. Until this night. On this particular night, his friend says that he felt that something was watching him, maybe even following him around the brewery as he went on his nightly rounds.
Oh, that's so mad.
You can see that the guy checks behind him several times, almost as if he expects to see something there. But as he turns to walk away, that is when some odd misty shape can be seen following behind. Needless to say, after this video, MK1 never doubted his friend again. And also needless to say, they were both chilled to the core by this strange video apparition. Even creepier, MK1 says that soon after seeing this video with his own eyes, even he began to experience bizarre occurrences around the factory. The John Lowe Murder House. In 2014, 82-year-old dog breeder John Lowe's mind just seemed to snap one night. In a fit of rage, he tragically ended the lives of his 66-year-old girlfriend Christine Lee and her daughter Lucy at his family home in Surrey, England. Lucy was somehow able to call the authorities moments before she lost her life, and John Lowe was arrested for his crimes shortly thereafter. The sudden, strange, and brutal act shocked the entire country. Since the tragedy, the house has been left completely abandoned. Paranormal investigator Simon from the YouTube channel Ghost Raiders went to what locals now call the quote, John Lowe Murder House. His intent was to try to make contact with the spirits of the victims who are still believed to haunt the scene of the crime. Together with YouTube ghost hunters Proving Demons, they try to communicate with Christine and her daughter Lucy using a spirit box. Their questions get some very strange and eerily accurate responses.
Is Lucy here? If Lucy is also here, can you say Lucy?
Lucy, whoa, that was instant and clear. Lucy is with us.
Are you here in this room with us, yes or no?
The shocking spirit box replies seem to acknowledge that Lucy and her mother might be trying to make contact with the paranormal investigators. But things get even stranger when Olivia from Proving Demons claims that she feels something touching her back.
Hold on now.
Could it be a car on the road?
It sounded
Just
behind
grab
me.
my back.
No, I didn't grab your back. Why? Video?
No, seriously, did you just grab my back?
I swear.
No,
I swear I
Like,
didn't touch you.
that was hard.
Andrew was
I
holding,
didn't touch you.
Andrew was holding with the hand that he would grab your back. The camera.
And my other hand's in my
Those
pocket.
hands in his pocket. There was nothing that he could have grabbed his back with.
Unless my jacket was halfway up my back, something just pulled it.
Did you see it? Right before Olivia says something grabbed her back, a small light enveloped by a strange translucent mist seems to rise up and away from her. This bizarre light or mist was not even noticed by any of the explorers.
Hold on now.
Could it be a car on the road?
It sounded
Just
behind
grab
me.
my back.
No, I didn't grab your back. Why?
After Simon uploaded the video to the Ghost Raiders channel, keen-eyed YouTube viewers pointed out the very strange phenomenon. Now, I have to say that this clip is one of the more compelling pieces of paranormal footage that I've seen, because being able to fake this mist, time it perfectly, and then this very real reaction from Olivia when she says her back is touched, well, it all seems very hard to fake. But of course, I could be wrong. Let me know what you think. Did you see it?
For me, the mist, the orbs, all that kind of stuff, I don't take those too seriously. Like dust, it could be dust particles, bugs, or anything. Doesn't automatically mean it's a ghost or something. You know what I'm saying? So I never put too much stock into mists or orbs or anything like that. But I definitely agree her reaction was very convincing. definitely took that serious. And I agree. I believe her. Outside of the missing orb thing, I believe that she was touched.
YouTuber Eric Gunner is an urban explorer and occasional paranormal investigator from Mexico. In one of his videos, Eric claims that a girl named Natalie contacted him about some very strange activity in her home. Natalie, who appears in the video with a teddy bear face concealing her identity, says that her mother recently rented the upstairs apartment in their house to an elderly woman. Natalie says that as soon as the woman moved in, strange things started occurring in their home. They would hear odd noises in the middle of the night. They would find random things move from one room to the other. And they would often smell an unexplained foul stench coming from upstairs. Weirdest of all, cats and dogs in the neighborhood began disappearing. As for the old lady, her behavior was odd to say the least. She avoided all contact with Natalie and her family. The woman didn't say hello or even talk to them when they passed her on the stairs. If they knocked on her door, she wouldn't answer. Natalie and her family became more and more terrified as the odd noises and events in their house intensified. Then one night, Natalie's 10-year-old sister woke up screaming, saying that her back was in agonizing pain. They checked her and found that her back was covered in deep, unexplained scratches. Well, with that, they had had enough. Without even so much as packing a bag, they fled the house in the middle of the night. As of the filming of this video, they had not been back for 2 weeks. So, Natalie knew about Eric Gunner's YouTube channel. She asked him to investigate.
De hecho, si apago la luz, la casa de arriba está prendida. Ahí es donde vive la viejita. Voy a tratar de no hacer ruido para que no me vaya a escuchar. Fíjense que a mí me da más miedo la viejita que, no sé, me vaya a parecer un fantasma o algo así.
It's fairly obvious that Natalie and her family left in a rush.
Se supone que así como dijo ella, esta Natalie pues se fueron de rápido ese día. No recogieron nada. Dijo, pues sí me dijo que iba a haber incluso hasta comida. Hasta frijoles aquí. Ay, huele bien feo, parecen como están enlamados.
At first, it seems like there's not much to see. Just an average empty house. But then things start to get a little strange.
Lo que veo es que hay muchas fotos de niños. Escuchan ruidos.
Did you see it? Well, Eric didn't either, but watch again.
Lo que veo es que hay muchas fotos de niños. Escuchan ruidos.
That could have been the old lady.
YouTube commenters pointed out that it looks like a small girl dressed in all white briefly peeks out from behind a curtain. Again, I should note, the house is supposedly empty.
Ay, esa muñeca da miedo.
Eric spots a doll that seems to be a bit out of place. Little did he know that after the filming, the house's owner would tell him that the doll doesn't belong to them, and they've never seen it. But even creepier, later in the video, Eric passes by the same room again. Did you see it? As YouTube commenters would later point out, the doll has now vanished. Eric heads into the bedroom to investigate, and this is when things get truly bizarre.
Aquí parece que se puede subir por aquí, pero está como sellado. ¿Qué pedo? Está esta casa rara. Bueno, está construida raro. ¿Qué es esto?
And once again, I have to ask, did you see it?
What?
Something ducks out of sight under the bed.
I didn't
Again,
see that either.
Eric
Damn.
doesn't notice. This too was spotted later by YouTube viewers.
Eric lucky to be alive.
Vamos a ver. ¿Qué pedo?
Man.
Veo que se no mames.
Eric gathers his courage and heads back in to check out the curtain. It didn't go well.
What? What happened? You saw what?
As he rounds the corner, a shadowy figure ducks back into the corner of the room.
Man, that one looked tall.
This
That ain't
time,
no child.
Eric does see it.
No sé qué.
What you need to do is get
No sé
out.
qué pensar, la verdad, sí estoy ya. Tengo miedo. Ya no sé si salimos o no. No hubiera venido solo. ¿Saben qué? Si no hubiera venido solo,
I don't know why
la
they
cagué
always
bien
go
cabrón.
alone.
No hubiera venido solo. Esta puerta no la ves. ¿Qué hay? Al baño. Ay, güey. Me sacó.
He heads in to check it out, but nothing there. With this, Eric has had enough. He decides to just get out of there. But that might not be as easy as he thinks.
What just happened? What I missed?
Someone in a cloak, presumably the creepy old lady who lives there, comes walking up the stairs. Eric hides until the coast is clear, then quickly makes his escape out to the street. So did Eric Gunner catch multiple paranormal encounters on video? Or is it all just an elaborate hoax? You decide. You can watch Eric Gunner's full investigation of this supposedly haunted house over on his YouTube channel. Thanks for watching. For channel updates and other weird stuff, follow me on Instagram.
That was creepy as hell, y'all. Wow. Man. All right, so we're gonna switch it up. I did want to do the depths of despair video, which is almost an hour and a half long. But I'm gonna swap that out for the other video I said would be a bonus video. So, which by this video is only half an hour, but with me stopping in and not critiquing or responding to stuff and analyzing, I guess we'll be around 5 hours. But this video I'm really excited about. It's from Dougie Corrado. I think that's how you say his last name. But this man is one of the most amazing storytellers I've ever heard on YouTube, or shit, anywhere really. I definitely want to react to a lot more of his videos, but we'll kick it off with this one right now. He just put out The Worst Halloween Night of My Life. And if you haven't checked out his channel, I definitely recommend doing so, because his stories are amazing. That's all I can say. His stories are amazing. But man, without any further ado, let's finish this up strong. Like I said, man, we're over 4 hours in already. I want to say I appreciate everybody for rocking with me. We've had over 20 people hopping in and out of the live so far. I really appreciate it, man. Definitely get them likes up. I want to hit at least 50 likes on this video. So if you watch any part of this video, just hit that like. It costs nothing, and I appreciate it greatly. Love and appreciate every last one of you guys, man. If you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel. Trying to make this family grow more and more every day. But without any further ado, let's hop in this video and see what Dougie got to say.
So we're just wandering these dark streets in our silly costumes, scared out of our minds. Halloween is supposed to be a fun night of the year, not a fight for your life. But we knew when we saw what was in his hand that he was not just insane, he was also dangerous. But I'll be quick. If you're ready to suspend your disbelief and become fully immersed in today's adventure, you found your new favorite channel. We post once a week, but there's plenty on the channel to binge. So if you're ready, like the video for good luck, because you're gonna need it. And don't forget to subscribe so you never miss an upload. Enjoy the show. I know you guys usually like the very long stories. This one's a little bit shorter than usual, but it's so on theme and it's Halloween night, so I really wanted to share this particular story with you. And don't worry, next week's episode is going to be one of those very long, epic stories, so buckle up. So where I grew up on the northwest side of Chicago, my neighborhood had an incredible amount of kids. It was just this massive neighborhood filled with young families that had multiple kids. And depending on what little section of the neighborhood you lived in, there was a grade school for like every single section, and there was multiple high schools as well. So it created this ecosystem for very healthy rivalries between kids that knew each other just from wandering the neighborhood. And like I said, most of these young families had multiple kids, and those kids' ages varied to multiple grades. Sometimes they were a little bit spread out. Sometimes there was family of 5 that went 7th grade through senior year. So this created an ecosystem of kids from 7th grade through senior year of high school all having a relationship with each other. It wasn't grade by grade. There were so many kids that were friends with other families, like 2 large families that all hung out. So 7th graders knew seniors, and everybody liked each other. Everybody knew each other. So as an example, because I don't know if I explained that well, when I was a senior in high school, I would drive past groups of younger kids, 7th or 8th graders, and I would recognize my buddy's younger siblings wearing the t-shirt to the grade school that I know my buddy went to, and I'd be like, oh, that's my buddy John's little brother. It's clear, they look the same. So I would be able to tease him because I know his older brother, and we would also look out for the younger kids. And when I was a younger kid, the older kids would look out for us. And I'm telling you this dynamic between the younger kids and the older kids so you understand the next part of this story, because otherwise it would sound kind of cruel and messed up. So every Halloween weekend when I was around that age, all of the kids in the neighborhood would gather in hordes to the local parks. There would just be group chats like, you'll meet at this park, and there would just be 50 to 100, even sometimes more kids just gathering at the local parks, all dressed in costumes, ready to do maybe some mischievous things. We would be out from like noon to 10 p.m. and the entire day we would just be mingling with other groups of kids. We'd have shaving cream and egg fights in the fields. We'd play ding dong ditch or ding dong stay, and we would all just be cosplaying whatever costume that we were wearing. Just out all day running around, being mischievous, surviving on handfuls of candy from bowls that people would leave out if they were too lazy to open the door for trick-or-treaters, maybe a McChicken or 2 to really get us by. But early in the day, especially when we were younger, we'd all be game planning on the night ahead of us. Once the street lamps turned on and it got a little bit darker and a little bit more spooky, when we could start acting out a little bit with a little bit less consequences. We weren't bad kids by any means, but we would push the boundaries a little bit, specifically on Halloween night. If it was putting shaving cream all over some random dude's porch and ringing the doorbell, or egging our rival school, or having a straight up egg war with like the rival football team, everything got a little bit more scary on Halloween. And not only was it a little bit more scary on Halloween, it got a little bit more serious at night. Egg wars with rival teams could sometimes escalate to some scraps, or maybe sometimes egging would go a little bit too far and there would be a police chase for vandalism. It just got a little bit different. Something got into everybody. It wasn't that serious or malicious. Nobody ever got super hurt. Nothing super serious ever happened. It was just Halloween night in a town full of teenagers, and things could go south. And I want to make this very clear. All of the activities that I just explained only applied to the kids up to about sophomore year of high school because we were stuck walking. So from about 7th grade to sophomore year, when we stopped trick-or-treating after 6th grade, we were restricted to testing our luck on foot in the neighborhood. None of us had any cars. Obviously, we didn't have licenses. You kind of get it from sophomore year to junior year. And we didn't want to take our bikes out on Halloween because most of us were on foot anyway. They would almost get in the way. But the reality was that the older kids had gotten their licenses and they had access to their mom's minivans that they would pack full of all of the other older kids and drive around looking for kids our age. They had a major advantage on us. They had vehicles that were predominantly used to ambush younger kids. So this is the tradition that I was mentioning that might be a little bit cruel, but it was a tradition that honestly, from an insider perspective, made Halloween night feel a little bit more fun. It made it a little bit more dangerous outside of the rival groups of kids and outside of the police maybe chasing you. We found this to be a very fun addition to our Halloween night, and this is what it was. The older kids would pack into the minivans and they would drive around the neighborhood once the sun went down, and they would look for younger kids that had strayed away from their group. Maybe they got split up from their group after a cop chase, or maybe they egged the wrong house and an angry dad was chasing them. They had to split up from the group. But when somebody was walking around alone, they were not safe. They were a sitting duck, and the older kids were on the prowl hunting them. They would straight up ambush them. They would roll up really slow with their headlights off so they wouldn't notice them, and they would all simultaneously jump out of the vehicle and chase the kid down. They would never really hurt any of us. I want to make that very clear, because it was usually somebody's younger sibling or somebody that the older kids actually liked. And to be honest, it was even better if the older kids knew the kid that they were ambushing, because it was almost like this rite of passage in the neighborhood. It was this fun cops and robbers chasing them down. Like, it was fun if you got away from the older kids, if you survived the experience. It was also fun if they caught you, because
you know, it's crazy to me. This day and age with the bullying initiatives and that, you couldn't do this to kids nowadays without somebody wanting charges pressed. Whether it's all fun or, you know what I mean, like, it's just a friendly toying with each other, playing with each other kind of thing. It don't matter. Some parents are hypersensitive and wouldn't stand for you messing with their baby. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's weird, but it definitely takes me back to my childhood and the stuff that we got involved with, and things that we done and that were done to us when we were younger, much younger. So I kind of relate to a lot of his story already.
Even though it was a rough experience, when the older kids caught you, they would chase you down, tackle you, kick your legs out, rough you up a bit, maybe give you a noogie, throw you in a headlock, but then they would proceed to cover you in shaving cream, maybe crack a couple eggs across your head, maybe take a shoe or two. It was just like this Halloween themed jumping. And just as fast as they caught you and roughed you up, they would flee back into their vehicle laughing hysterically, and you had to do a walk of shame back to the group, covered in shaving cream, absolutely humiliated that you were the one sitting duck that got taken out. They would be rough enough that it felt real, and it spiked that adrenaline in your stomach that actually made you run away from them. You wouldn't just take it. Like, you knew that they were going to cover you with so much shaving cream and egg that your night was going to be different, and you were going to have to go home either soaking wet with egg yolk or just shaving cream in every crevice. So it was real enough, but it was exhilarating and fun from my experience. I got caught once or twice. You would just show up back to your group of friends back at the park that you guys fled from, and everybody would be laughing hysterically. You'd be an absolute mess. They'd rub the shaving cream into your hair. It was honestly hilarious. Okay, but now to the scary part. Now that you understand the dynamic of the neighborhood and the type of teenage war zone that it was on Halloween night. So I'm in 8th grade. It's 9 p.m. Halloween night. I'm dressed like Goku, having the time of my life. And I'm in a group of literally 30 kids. And we've already had our fair share of egg fights and shaving cream fights. And we've gotten all the jokes about our costumes out. It's time to start doing the more fun activities. And up until this point, we had successfully avoided any run-ins with the older kids because we had stayed in such a large group. The way I could explain it is that it's almost like a gazelle staying in a big herd, feeling safe away from the lions that are slowly circling the group. And we'd also stay in the middle of the field in the park, far enough away from the sidewalks and the street where the older kids could park so we could see them coming from a mile away. But like I said, it was part of the fun. It was fun flirting with danger and scurrying off into the tight, dark streets of the neighborhood where a car might pull up and you might get jumped. So once we finished all the remedial activities that we could possibly do on Halloween night, we started to get bored, and that's exactly what we did. We flirted with danger, and we all started to move the herd into the side streets. This part's actually pretty funny. We would ding-dong stay in a group of 30 people. If you don't know what ding-dong stay is, a group of 30 kids would basically army crawl and bear crawl onto some random poor family's front lawn, and we'd either sit or stand in random poses, and one person would ring the doorbell and we'd all just sit there or stand there frozen until the guy came out. And we would make sure that we would do this only after all the trick-or-treaters went home, so the people in the house would settle in. They wouldn't get to the door that fast, so we would all have time to freeze and pose. And when they finally got to the door, they would be really confused as to what they were looking at. In retrospect, as an adult, this would freak me out big time. If I came to my front door and there was 30 people all in costume just sitting on my front lawn staring at me and just hearing a slight giggle of somebody awkwardly laughing in the distance because one kid can't hold their laughter in. But at the time, I just thought it was funny. I was just a dumb kid. And the goal of Ding Dong Stay was to be the last person still staying there as the people in the house started freaking out. Basically, we would stay until the adult that opened the door started freaking out and calling the police and grabbing kids. That's when people would start running off and people would start dispersing in different directions. Some kids would run away right when the adult opened the door, but other kids would push the limits and stay as long as they could. And see, this game was perfect for splitting up.
I've never played Ding Dong Stay, nor does it sound fun. When I was growing up, you live in the type of community I lived in, type of neighborhood I lived in. Neighbors had to go ahead to whoop your ass if need be. So if your mom wasn't there, your grandma, your auntie wasn't there to watch and make sure you're not acting a fool, neighbors knew who you was personally, so they was all right with whooping your ass and then going taking to your mom's. Hey, this what he did, and she'd be like, oh, okay, and they'd be like, I whooped his ass for you. Oh, thank you. Then you get your ass whooped again for getting embarrassed. Nah. So this Ding Dong Stay is a new one in my book, but apparently it's a thing for people.
The large group of kids, making us vulnerable for the older kids, because as people would start running off, they would run off at different times in different directions, especially when the cops would arrive. And in our area, especially on Halloween night, the police would be patrolling the area constantly, picking up kids for underage drinking, egging houses, vandalism, and in this case, harassing the locals. So if somebody called in the area, the cops would be there so fast because there were so many cop cars patrolling already. It was like 30 seconds and they're already turning the corner. So it just so happened on our second or third Ding Dong Stay of the night, a cop car was turning the corner as the dude that answered the door was freaking out. So he saw him turn the corner. He started yelling towards the police officer to get them to stop, causing all of us to realize oh, we actually might get in trouble. We didn't have as much time as we thought. We need to flee right now. So this guy is freaking out. He's shouting to the police, and the police see him. They throw on their lights, not their sirens, but their lights and the one light that they're pointing in the direction, trying to shine a spotlight on certain kids to blind them so they could catch them, and we all have to flee immediately. So this was the perfect storm to separate all of us. We still ran in different directions in at least groups of 2 or 4 because there was this looming presence of the older kids in the area. Even if we get away from this situation, we don't want to be alone wandering the streets. If you ran off alone, you were asking to get caught. If you had at least 2 or 3 people, yes, that small group could split in different directions and at least 2 or 3 of you are going to be safe. One of you is definitely going to get caught because the older kids are faster, but you're at least safer in small groups. So as this is all going down, I remember hopping to my feet and running in the direction that the cop car wasn't facing. So I didn't think they were going to be able to do a U-turn. I think they would drive straight for the kids that were running in that direction. So I'm like, I'm the smartest, but actually I'm an idiot in an orange and blue Goku suit with a Super Saiyan wig on, holding it onto my head as I'm running with the other arm. I look to my left and I see Tigger right next to me. I look to my right and I see Tinky Winky, the purple Teletubby. So Goku, Tigger, and Tinky Winky are in all-out sprint away from the police. Picture that.
That's
and
a
we're
hell
just
of a
weaving
vision
our
right
way
there.
through people's backyards, cutting through alleys, hopping fences, doing anything that we can to get as far away from that situation as possible. Once we found a good yard with some good foliage that we could hide in, we all checked our phones to check the group chat to see if anybody got caught or see what the next location was that we were all going to congregate. So we opened our flip phones, and the main message that we all received was meet at Eisenhower, which was the local grade school. That was common protocol in those situations. Everybody split up. The large group would split up in all different directions. We'd get a mass text, and we'd all recongregate at the park that was closest to the incident. And once we were all together, we would be able to see who got caught, who maybe got caught by the older kids, and we'd be able to start planning the next event of the night. But the process of the recongregation was super stressful because now we were down to groups of 2 or 3, and you're constantly looking over your shoulder for a minivan with its lights off, or the older kids hiding behind trees or bushes ready to ambush you at the end of the block. They would get really creative with their ambushes, so you would have to be ready to run at all times, head on a swivel all night. So me, Tigger, and Tinky Winky are walking in the middle of the street because it's way safer than being on the sidewalk close to the bushes in front of the houses and the trees that line the sidewalks. Being in the middle of the street, you at least have some distance. You could look all the way down the street in front of you and behind you, see if a car was coming your way, and there was no places for anybody to hide and jump out. And as we're walking, we're all looking around, we're trying to stay vigilant, and we hear somebody shout in the distance, just a faint, "Oh no." And we turn around and we see a poor Bumblebee turning the corner, running for his life with a horde of older kids wearing regular clothes and murder masks, chasing after him. The older kids were too cool at that age to wear the full costume. They would just wear sneakers, jeans, a hoodie, and a mask of all the most famous murderers you know. Ghostface, Leatherface, Mike Myers, Jason, Freddy, Pinhead, Pennywise, Jigsaw, Chucky, all of them just hunting this poor Bumblebee, fleeing for his life. The Bumblebee's real name was Tim, and in this case, Tim was a dead man, and there was nothing that Goku, Tigger, and Tinky Winky could do to save him.
Tigger was a
We watched
dead
the
man.
masked
Tim was a
mob
dead
of
man.
older kids kick Tim's feet out from under him and just start covering him with shaving cream. And luckily, we were far enough down the block, they didn't have their attention quite on us because we were far enough away. We had enough of a lead to flee this scene. We had to leave Tim for dead. Tim tried to buzz away, but the older kids were too much in this situation. Leatherface kicked his right foot into his left foot and he went tumbling. Immediately, Ghostface jumped on him. He was done for. He was overtaken by all of your favorite murderers. So there were about 10 of them, and they were only a half block away, and they hadn't seen us yet, and they probably would have been able to get us. They would have just broken up into 2 groups of 5, and they easily could have circled the block, and we wouldn't have been able to escape. So we had to leave before they even noticed us. So we got out of there as fast as we could, and we were able to get a few blocks over from them before they even noticed. Our best bet was to get as many blocks over as possible until we got to a block that aligned with Eisenhower, the school. That way we would have a straight shot to the recongregation. So as we popped out of somebody's backyard to get back to the street, on the street that we wanted to take to Eisenhower, a cop pulled up at that exact second. And in those situations, when they have you cornered like that, it isn't your best bet to run because they didn't see you do anything bad, and you're already kind of stuck, and there aren't enough kids here to go in each direction. They will probably catch you. So we stood there and we allowed this interaction to happen with these police officers. Like, the worst thing that would happen in that situation is that they either drive you home, maybe they give you a curfew ticket, but at least you're not going to get in serious trouble, so it's your best bet to not run in those situations. Of course, that's if you're not doing anything actually bad, and in our case, we were just ding-dong ditching. We weren't drinking that night, we weren't doing anything actually bad, so we weren't worried about going to jail. But surprisingly, we were expecting the cops to be like, "Go home, can you guys stop doing this? Like, we're exhausted from chasing you." But they actually looked at us very concerned and said, "Boys, have you seen a clown walking around tonight?" And I wasn't expecting that at all, because I was expecting to hear the contempt in his voice from trying to control a massive neighborhood filled with young mischievous kids on Halloween night. But he sounded very sincere, like he was actually worried for us and he was really looking for some clown. He followed up by saying, like, "Guys, we've been getting some freaky calls tonight. And the first thing that came to my head was the Pennywise clown that I saw on the other street. But I'm not about to rat on them. Even though they're chasing us and hunting us tonight, they're still the older kids. We still like them. We have a good relationship. I'm not going to be like, yo, the clown you're looking for that's going to get in trouble is on the street behind us. So we replied kind of snarkily, like, it's Halloween. We saw a lot of clowns tonight. Like, what are you looking for? And the cop replied very sternly, like trying to make us take this situation seriously. And he goes, not one of your buddies, not Pennywise from the other street, dude. I'm talking about an adult. Have you seen a large man dressed as a clown tonight? And we all look at each other like, excuse me, officer? Like, what are you talking about? Is this officer messing with us? Like, we haven't seen a large man dressed as a clown, so we just shake our head no. And the cop ends the conversation by saying, I know you guys are having fun tonight, but please call your parents to pick you up. And if you see a clown, either call us or run to a friend's house and get to an adult. They didn't stop to explain any further. They just rolled up their windows, they turned on their big light and started shining it into the bushes in front of people's houses as they were slowly patrolling the neighborhood until they were gone. We were very young. Obviously, I was very young at this time. I wasn't sure if they were being serious or if they were messing with us. For all I know, they were just sick of all the kids running around that neighborhood causing ruckus, and they just wanted to go home. They wanted to stop showing up to these little misdemeanor calls. They were sick of patrolling the area. They wanted to scare the kids so the kids would go home voluntarily and they didn't have to do it. That's actually kind of a genius idea if you're trying to control mischievous kids. Just tell them there's a scary clown in the neighborhood, you probably shouldn't be out at night. So anyway, once the cops are out of sight, we turn our attention back to going towards the recongregation at the school, which is only a couple of blocks away at this point. So we get back into the middle of the street, we keep our eyes out for the older kids, and we start our journey back to the big group. So we're speed walking, we're looking behind us pretty often so the older kids don't get the jump on us. And we pass one intersection and then the second intersection, and now we're only about 1 block away from the meetup point. So I'm a little bit relieved at that point because I know that we have enough of a lead on the older kids that we're not going to get caught by them. We will at least get to the school to a larger group of kids where we then could get lost in the herd and everybody has to scatter again. So I'm starting to feel a little bit more safe. Even if they show up right now and there's a small chase, we're probably going to be okay. But just as I start feeling good, Tinky Winky taps me on the shoulder, starts going, guys, who is that? Who's that behind us? So me and Tigger whip our heads around to see what Tinky Winky's talking about, and I turn around and I see a full-grown man planted in the middle of the street, dressed like Heath Ledger from The Dark Knight. And this man is like 6'4", probably 230 pounds, and he's dressed like a straight-up clown. He's got the long, green, oily hair with the odd face paint, not painted on cleanly like the ones that are fading, and he's wearing that purple suit with the green vest underneath. But this was a large man. This was clearly not one of the older kids. This was a full-grown adult. He was huge. So I'm looking down this very tight, dark street that has trees on both sides looming over each side of it, almost blocking out the street lamp light, where we could faintly see this massive man, just this massive clown planted dead center in the street. And the first thing that I noticed about him in the distance, even though he wasn't fully illuminated, was that he was doing that weird Heath Ledger tongue thing like he was doing in the Dark Knight movie. So I knew he was completely committed to this character. And the second thing I noticed was what he was holding. From our perspective, it looked like he was holding some type of a wooden stick that was like 12 to 16 inches long, and he was just holding it at his side. But I only thought it was a stick until he started to twirl it in his hand. And the moment this thing spun in his hand, you could see what was on the end of the stick. There was a light metallic glow, just enough light from the street lamp that we could see the outline of what was at the end of it. And it was clear that he was holding either a very large hatchet or a fairly small axe. We couldn't see the shape of the metal head until he spun it, but once we saw it, we all panicked. This was clearly the man that the cops warned us about. This was not one of the older kids trying to scare us. Like, this isn't a random senior holding a bottle of shaving cream trying to be spooky. This is clearly a man, an insane man committed to his character, wielding a very real weapon. So once this insane individual sees the recognition on our face that we have seen his weapon, he sees it on us that we're about to start fleeing, so he tries to get the jump on us by sprinting towards us. He's straight up high-kneeing it elbows coming on each side of his head, the axe slicing by his ear with each stride. And for a big man, this guy was moving. We knew immediately we need to turn around. We start panic running to the school behind us. So now Goku, Tigger, and Tinky Winky are being tailed by Heath Ledger's weirdly massive long-lost brother. And as I'm running away, all I could hear is his dress shoes clapping the concrete with every stride that he takes. I couldn't get myself to turn around and look back at him. All I could hear was the shoes hitting the concrete, and it felt as if he was encroaching on us. It felt like he was getting closer. But we were closing in on the school, and we could even hear the chatter of the group that's waiting for us as we were emerging from this dark side street. But even when we got out of the street and we were in front of the school, you know how schools have that like large opening with the multiple staircases going up? That wasn't enough. We couldn't stop there. We had to go to the field where everybody else was. So we had to keep running, and this field had a black fence all around it with only 2 openings, but there wasn't an opening near us. The openings were on the other side. So we had to jump this fence immediately to try to get into this group of people and try to warn them that this weird massive dude acting like Heath Ledger was on his way towards us with a massive axe. So this field was actually the perfect place for us to get away from this guy, because once we got inside, there's a fence that he also has to scale, and if we could get into the middle of the field, we have a 360 view of whatever direction he's trying to come from, so we know what direction to flee. So we all basically throw ourselves over this fence, just clattering with the floor on the other side. We scramble to our feet and we try our best to get like 20 feet away from the fence in case he's also throwing himself over the fence. We don't want to be anywhere near this guy. So once we get 20 feet away, we finally turn around to see his whereabouts. And when we finally turn around, we see him standing on the other side of the fence. He chose not to scale it, but he just has his axe on his shoulder and he's standing there menacingly, doing his best Michael Myers impression at this point. He clearly didn't want to jump the fence. Maybe he was too big, maybe he couldn't get over, or maybe he could only get over if he tossed his weapon on the other side first and he wasn't willing to part with his weapon. But he was clearly taking account of the situation, looking for the openings of the fence, also noticing that there's about 15 other kids with us now, so there's other witnesses. We weren't alone at this point. We were hoping, in my heart I was hoping, that this would hopefully deter him. But it clearly didn't. He looks around, he sees the opening that's closest to him, and he just pivots and starts speed walking like Michael Myers. He was clearly doing impressions that night. He wanted the axe over his shoulder so we could see his side silhouette with the axe behind his head, so we would all know that once he got through that opening, he meant business. So as this guy is headed towards this opening, we're trying to fill in the other kids about what is happening here, trying to get them to see the axe, trying to convince them that this is not one of the older kids. And right as he's reaching the opening, right as we are going to have to decide which way we are going to run away, trying to drag our friends with us, a cop turns that same corner right on top of him, right where that opening is. So me, Tigger, and Tinky Winky, since we know what the situation is, we start circling, trying to get ahead of the cop car so we could start pointing at this clown like, hey, we found the dude you were looking for. But before we could even get their attention to try to point them in the direction of this clown, we obviously didn't need to, because he started running at the sight of the cop car. He knew that the cops were after him that night. So this oddly massive clown starts running at the sight of the police. The police throw their lights on, start pursuing him. The dude drops his axe. He's trying to get away as fast as he can, but the cops chase him down, pile on top of him, and throw him in the cop car. And then once he was in the car, the cops got back in their front seat. They announced over their loudspeaker, everybody has to go home right now for their own safety, and nobody is allowed to walk by themselves. To be honest, I was so ready to go home after that experience, so that is exactly what I did. But we found out later that week that this insane, massive Heath Ledger Joker wannabe was not a serial killer. At least he wasn't a serial killer yet. He was kind of planning to be, but we actually knew him. And this part is actually very sad. He was mentally challenged. We actually all knew him. Everybody in that group knew him. There was this guy that would always be at the local parks, and as a kid, none of us really understood what was up with him. He would tag along and hang out sometimes, and he would act like a kid, so we didn't really mind him. We knew something was a bit off with him because he was so much older than us, but he was nice enough, so it was okay that he was around. He He also would never be around too long. He would always have to go home pretty quickly, or if we decided to leave the park or go far away from his house, he always had to go home. He wasn't allowed to venture away from his home. And like I said, he was a pretty friendly giant. He was just a big guy, rather nice, was just happy to be around. But in the past few weeks, apparently he hit a bit of a dark streak. Apparently, after seeing the movie The Dark Knight, he became obsessed with the Joker and just completely embodied him. He was obsessed with causing chaos. That's what his parents said. And all that he wanted was chaos. Apparently, all of the strict rules that he had to follow all of his life had really got to him. And for some reason, the philosophies of the Joker in the Dark Knight movie spoke to him in a very specific way. So not only on Halloween night, but for an entire week leading up to the interaction we had with him, he was out every night harassing people, sneaking up to them, peeking into their windows, standing outside of people's car doors, just slowly elevating the types of things, the types of harassment that he was doing to people until this final night where he came out with a large axe with the intent on doing damage. He had told his parents before he left that night that tonight was the night that he caused real chaos and had plans on not only scaring people, but also attacking people. After he was arrested, he apologized and he got the extra help that he needed. He was a really nice guy in his heart. He had always been so sweet, so friendly, nobody had any issues with him. But it's kind of scary how deeply a film could influence somebody. And it's also so scary how a fun-loving giant can be so easily flipped into an axe-murdering clown, just like that. I hope you guys liked the Halloween story. That one was really scary. I hope you enjoyed learning about the environment in which I grew up in. We love you guys. Thank you for coming on this journey with us and allowing us to live this dream. We love you, we appreciate you, and we'll see you next week. And if you like this video, YouTube thinks that you would also like this one. So go ahead and click it. So we're just one.
That was a good story. I'm telling you, Dougie is amazing when it comes to storytelling. And this is the first time I've seen this one. I've seen maybe 2 or 3 other stories of his, and I'm definitely going to start reacting to more of his stories very soon because it's good. It's good. Oh boy, good. That story, and he has his way of telling these stories. I don't know if these scenarios he's telling are real or if he's just making them up. I've never heard him say whether or not these are true stories or if he's just being extra creative, and I don't know, but it's amazing. So man, our very first 5-hour live. Oh, we're a little under 5 right now. Close enough, y'all. But man, I hope you guys enjoyed this. Let me see. Actually, I'll get an accurate reading right now. We've had throughout the course of this live a total of 33. Let me see if you can see that. Hold on. That top one, y'all. 33 people in today's live, which is dope to me, man. That's probably the most we've had during a live ever, and it keeps going up every video. So I appreciate all of you who've even if you didn't stay the whole 5 hours, that's a lot, I know, but I appreciate you for stopping in, rocking with me for a little bit, dropping them likes. We've had some subscriptions as well. I dig it, man. So I love all of you. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. But that's all I got for today. I got some other videos I gotta record real quick. But yeah, that's it for the live, man. I enjoyed this. I can't wait till my birthday. We'll do another live. Next week I'll post my PO box. So if you guys want to send me letters or anything like that, whatever you want to do for my birthday or whatever, I'll set that up for fans to send me whatever they'd like. Man, I'm geeked out. I enjoyed the hell out of this. I really did. I wish we could have done this for Halloween, but things happened and I apologize. But we made up for it, so it's cool. But like I said, that's all I got for today. Stay tuned for the next videos coming out. We will be back Monday. Next week, our lives will be different. We're going to go Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We're not going to go 5 days a week anymore. We're going to cut it down to Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So I'm not burnout and I can give you the best energy and the best quality lives that I can give you. We're going to break it down or cut it back a little bit. And then stay tuned for our next 5-hour live, November 15th, my birthday. Happy Movember, everybody. I can't wait for it, man. I'm excited. Hopefully 2 weeks left. God willing, I'll see 38 years old this year. So I'm excited, man. But I'm sorry I rambled on long enough. That's all I got for today. Love and appreciate every last one of you. Again, thank you all for all the support. If you haven't already, please drop a like on the video, subscribe to the channel, share this, whatever you got to do. Help us grow. Definitely want to hit 50 likes, at least 50 likes on this video. So if you watch this, hit that like button, man. And that's all we got for today. Until next time. Peace.